Or starting recording now. Okay.
Recording. Class.
Right then, so to recap, last session, walking through the forest at night, went into a cave, put on watch, saw some creepy eyes in the forest, saw someone got attacked in the forest, went to investigate, found out it was a dryad. She had heard that her sisters were all abandoning this area of the forest for some reason, went to investigate, got attacked. Yeah! Sun came up, kept walking down the road, had some creepy visions, and encountered a town where, for some reason, the infection did not seem to be spreading into it, and...
maybe a little less enthusiasm.
All of the enthusiasm.
Like, this
Yay!
is...
Sickness! Rot! Disease!
Yeah, the sickness, rot, and disease can't seem to touch this.
I mean, this is the level of enthusiasm I always assume you have about your villains.
This is, but normally when you think of like a evil villain that's being super evil and doing bad things, you're not super happy about that.
No, but they are.
But they are.
Yeah, I would hope the villains are this enthusiastic about their.
Right, like, I mean, come on.
Some of them
You gotta have the presentation, the gravitas. They gotta take lessons from Megamind.
The Megamind level gravitation.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
I expect the Megamind
What's
level
the difference
dedication.
between a villain and a super villain?
Look, Megamind and Doofenshmirtz. That's what you need to
there you
take.
go.
No. Megamind would be Doofenshmirtz's teacher, because Doofenshmirtz has the tech down, but he is lacking presentation.
No, he has pretty good presentation.
For
He
a
has
platypus. He only has pretty good presentation for a platypus.
To be fair, it's Perry the Platypus, so...
Yeah, come on, he's a secret agent from... Yeah, we're getting off topic.
Yes, I was very impressed at the speed at which we veered off topic.
I think that's a new record.
Wonderful.
Speed veering.
But yeah, a quick, less serious less enthusiastic recap.
Aww.
It's fine.
Those things that... God damn it. I have a smile on my face now, and I can't, like, get back to it. Okay, Okay. Essentially what happened was, you, finally left to go explore this thing. You dealt with the, monsters within the cave, and you, like, ended up burning the corpses of the things, and you realize that, and Ty has realized that, hey, so long as she's within an area of like a lot of festering, like you can't just have a singular monster and call it a day. It has to be like an area, which is because there is a lot of corpses there that were all infected. That was why she was a thing. Like just because the monsters were there didn't mean that she naturally got the powers. It's the area. You guys left, but it was quickly reaching night again. So you went and found another cave, which you heard a lot of noises right before you found the cave. And once you did, you decided, hey, we're gonna go sleep. As you were like finally sleeping, right before Tulsimir, I believe. Sorry, it was Barkolomue originally who noticed something in the dark where the players could not. No one apparently could. With Barkolomue's legendary natural 20, they were able to see something in the dark or feel something, and they ended up barking all around them, mostly to their left. As Tulsimir goes to check it out, they don't really find anything. All they find is the groove marks that you've become fairly familiar with the infection of where it tends to take over. Like once it's kind of parasitically attached itself to a thing, but it's no longer like once you remove it, you can still see the groove marks. Essentially, is what I'm getting at. But there was another like marks on top of that where the groove marks were as if something were to attack it. After that, you went to go find a cave, which they did. Everyone taking shifts. This is the perfect opportunity from where everyone grouped up. It was Tolsimir's shift was pretty lax. Tolsimir and Korak's shift were fine. They didn't notice anything too drastic, but they did hear they did see like a pair of eyes and were a little sketched out. The second shift was, I believe, it was Korak and D, if I remember correctly, right? For the second shift, yeah. Sorry, it was Hawthorne and Tolsimir the first shift. It was totally fine. The second shift, which was D and Horak, they ended up hearing some noises in the thing, and then they see D was able to spot a humanoid figure. Korak was able to hear it and see it. The rest of the party was deeper in the cave and didn't quite notice. Obviously, though, they went to go get you and awaken the party to go and see what happens. Tolsimir leaves in his heart-shaped pajamas and finds it was a dryad who was currently harmed, and they were so frightened they didn't exactly know what was going on. They ended up managing bringing her back to letting her rest inside the cave. And she said she tried to... The reason why she came was because her sisters and her brothers were fleeing this area really, really fast, and not just them. It was like nature itself wanted to escape, because something was going down, and they weren't particularly happy about that. So she tried going into she tried looking and seeing what's going on in the surrounding area. She said that she tried to go directly to where all the activity was going to, which you guys know to be Moonbrook. But she said that every time that she tried to enter into specifically the tree lines closest within the village, or surrounding it directly, she could not enter, no matter how hard she tried. She would either be shot way off course to a different tree on the other side of Moonbrook, or she would be instantly rejected and she could not enter within the tree lines, and she just would be shot off backward. So she decided if she could not look around, she would have to, or if she could not look inside, she would have to walk around the area just to see what's going on, see if she can get any sort of clue. Which eventually she did, and she got attacked, which you guys were able to go and find her. She promised that, but she realized that she couldn't really do too much, because so long as the trees were rejecting her, and it wasn't because she was doing something bad and the trees were something else was at play that forcing her to not be able to do that. So she was kicked out. So she's like, all right, well, I can't do anything, so I give you guys my blessings to go and to try and handle whatever's going on. So Tolsimir was a lucky guy. He ended up getting her quote unquote number. But they ended up going. But after that, she left back into a tree, back to presumably wherever her kin are. The group walks down. They did indeed have a fever dream of sorts, to where essentially what happened was that as they were walking, everything got extraordinarily darker. People couldn't. Tolsimir's future tree wife. Yes. It got extraordinarily darker, and it seemed like you all were in sort of a trance. But then, when you finally come to again, it's like you've been walking for 2.5 hours, without even noticing it. But when you do come up, which is where we start a session today, is that you come up to this village to where the infection within the same perimeters is surrounding the town, trying to get in. But for whatever reason, every time it gets close, something lashes back at it, and the infection cannot increase further. It seems like the infection is not going outwards, which is good. However, it's all of its attention seems to be moving in towards the town, but it can't. You guys come to a open path to where you can walk through it. And this is where we left off on our session. So let's begin.
Walking.
We just got to town.
Yes, we just got. We're pulling back a little bit, and we just got to town.
Cool.
What's the time of day, or?
Glass. What did we say last time? I don't.
Want to say noon?
Yeah, it was like it's midday. It's midday.
Okay.
The sun should be out.
Well,
Okay,
yeah. By all accounts, it should be midday. But when you look up, like I said, it's like these are really massive trees.
It's like it's night time.
It's like it's nighttime. Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, before we get too into the story, for recording, I will say that the buzzing in the recording is from my computer because it's a bitch.
Okay.
And
Don't.
the
Yeah.
fans
We won't worry about that now, though. But thank you.
Noted.
Then.
Yeah, I was just putting it in the recordings.
Okay. But yeah.
All right.
So yeah.
So what's our first order of business in town?
You're not inside the town yet. You're just outside the town perimeter.
Well, I mean, still same thing, same question. What are we gonna do in there? You guys want to check out how it's protected? You want to go do some shopping?
Not a lot of shopping I can do right now.
I've been carrying this gold for a couple of miles, and I don't want to hold it anymore. So I want to.
Hey, I'll hold it for you.
Sorry, kid. Thanks, man. No opinions?
Anyway.
I will flip a coin.
Right.
Can I
We should
investigate
probably-
the magical shield or whatever it is?
It's not quite a shield, but yes, go ahead and investigate it. Yeah. So long as you figure out that so long as you're on the path that has been sort of because you notice when you look back it's kind of faded, but the path leading into it gets more like newer as you look towards the city. But yes, and no matter how hard the infection tries, it can't get on the path. You can see tendrils literally from the corruption trying to lash at you, but something is preventing it from doing that. But yes, go ahead.
Ooh,
Make
is that Arcana?
Yeah, Arcana.
Heard you're pretty good at those.
I hope so.
Let's see. Let's see if the dice are good to us. Is it the...
All right, it's the regular one now because we had to get rid of the other one.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, we had to murder it.
Oh,
Yeah,
so our
It died
roll.
in the session.
It died to what's
Is
it
it
called?
exclamation mark or what is
Yeah,
it?
we went back to
Exclamation.
But you have to try roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My understanding is an update to the actual Discord client broke it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
Oof.
Oh.
That happens to bots sometimes.
Hey,
Okay.
23.
So, okay, so here's what you notice. This is very like the concept of what it is incredibly similar to both the corruption itself and what you guys have been dealing with for the past few things. However, it's not the same thing as the infection. It's very different. It's like think when you're thinking of ants, right? There's many different species of ants, but at the end of the day, they're both ants, aren't they? This is kind of that. So something about this that's protecting it is it's more like it's a territorial, to you it seems like a territorial spat rather than a protective barrier.
Okay. Interesting.
But it appears though as you walk along the path that it's not stopping you.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of sus.
Kind of sucks.
Yeah. Vikima would like to find out who has erected this special territorial barrier thing.
Korak is fine with whatever the party chooses. He's
Yeah.
not too picky.
Honestly, when you were talking about like territorial barriers, all I could think of is like two dogs pissing to claim their territory.
Yeah.
It's like
So yeah, only this is like that, like really aggressive.
Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
warfare.
so exactly that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Glass. Yeah. Do you guys want to head in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys are walking in, like you see just regular townsfolk in somewhat not the best looking clothes. They're clean, but they're a little worn. Like they look worn, but they'll have fear in their eyes when they see you. And like one guy drops his barrel that he was carrying. It shatters on the ground, and he tries to run at you. Not like he's trying to hurt you guys, but he's like incredibly waving at you guys and like you like trying to
Shoot
yell
you
at
back
you.
out.
Yeah, shout you out, like shoo you away.
What's up? Wait,
Maybe-
Poor barrel.
What are you doing?
Maybe
welcome
we
here.
should not be here.
The second you guys step foot, all of you, Glass, do you want to do this?
Right then. So, as this guy runs towards you, he's shouting like, "No, no, no! Don't come in! Don't!" But the second that you turn around to try and do as he says, it's as though a veil of darkness, like as though a current was just dropped between you and the woods. You thought that it was dark before, but now you can't really see the outside.
Well, that's not good.
Hmm.
Like no,
Like, can't see outside the barrier thing?
you can't see inside at
No.
all. Like, no,
Can't see
no. As the guy tries to run and get to you, but he's too late. By the time you do, the veil just drops on you, and you can no longer see outside.
You can still see the town.
You can still see the town. Everything in the town is perfectly fine. No.
Greg just looks at it and he hums for a minute and just goes, "That's not good."
Yeah, it's like, and like one of the kids falls to their knees. They're like, their shoulders just like decompress as the guy is like, "Damn it!" As he gets to you.
What's going on, sir?
Damn
Why are you
it!
so upset?
I was trying to get you to leave
Why?
while you still can.
Okay.
None of us like all that enter through it will never exit out.
So you didn't like put this on a sign or something at the
You
front?
think we haven't tried to get out?
Well, it's not a matter of getting out. The town is visible from the path. You could have put like a
Here,
sign.
could you have put a
above.
sign that says "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here," or something similar?
This wasn't us. This is not our doing.
No, as in like,
No.
okay, if you knew about it, you could put a sign if you're trying to prevent people from going through. Because that's what I'm assuming you're out here to do.
I do not believe
Maybe
that this
stand
is
closer?
helpful to us or this person.
Probably not. No.
Probably not
Yeah,
now.
this is-
So, could you explain to us
Hindsight.
what's going on?
I don't know. We genuinely don't. No, if you ask everyone in the village, we can't get past the city walls. We haven't been able to for 50 years now.
Holy shit.
Yeah, wow.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
an
then.
issue.
Wait, so how has this word not gone out yet? Oh my gosh. And I'm gonna go ahead and start trying to make a sign that says, please don't come in here.
Yeah, the second you try to pass through the gates, you're stunted because
It's
you
not like you couldn't see that. You couldn't see the
Wherever I
gate.
stop, that's what I'm planning on doing.
What are you doing?
Like it's just not outside of the gate, just
Right.
ahead of the gate where a person would see it before they even enter the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It dies.
I mean, yeah, because like where the path usually ends up, it's like very small. But yeah.
Tulsimir is going to look around. Is like, is there farmland here? How do you eat?
That is a very good question.
Barely. We've been we have been trying to survive our best with what we have. There's you can see that some of the they've been eating a lot of mushrooms, things like that. But they've also gotten rid of some housing, just so that way they can make what little farmland they can, and especially because there's no light that comes through. They don't really yield as many crops, which is why that when you look at the town, they don't look the healthiest.
Yeah.
So are they just point of clarification? Are we in a perpetual twilight kind of
Sort of
thing?
Yeah. They've been trying to survive on what fruits they can. Because they don't eat meat here, not because they don't want, they're vegans, but because they can't leave.
Kind of hard to find animals.
Yeah, unless they're eating each other, in which case.
Well, but that would be an entirely
in which case it's gotten really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an entirely different question. But yes,
Tulsimir,
so.
Tulsimir might want to keep an eye on his horse.
Yes, I will keep an eye on my horse.
Yeah. You see a few villagers eyeing your horse.
Yes. Currently, I am riding my horse.
Alright. Vikima would like to ask a few questions, because she's like, perhaps it could either be a pocket dimension, or it could just be a spell binding them here. So she's going to ask, do you still have night and day? And do you still observe whether the stars / the constellations still change in accordance to the calendar?
How do you know that it's been 50 years?
That is a very good question.
That's a good question.
I'm sure they keep track of birthdays.
Birthday, yeah. Well, because the last part, we can guess it's roughly 50 years, because about 15 years ago, another part, the last people to come to us was another adventuring party.
Sorry, 15 or 50? This is
15.
Okay.
That's so much better.
Yeah.
No.
I heard 50 the first time, and I'm
no,
like,
you
wow,
did hear 50.
What?
You did hear 50. But then they're saying that 15 years ago, another adventuring party, much like yourselves, did come to town, and they experienced the same thing that you guys are currently experiencing.
So nobody has been to this town for 15 years.
The gates sometimes open and close to let new people in. We can't exactly control it when it does that. We don't get to choose.
Yeah.
When
presumably you can't go out even while the gates are open.
Yeah. Even if we can see, even if we can we can only see the path when it wants to bring in someone new, and which is why we tried to shoo you away just as you got close. I'm so sorry. But we still have one of the adventurers from 15 years ago. She's still in town, I think.
Okay, how would they leave town?
They didn't.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I just in quotation marks.
Oh,
they died. Did you eat them? Sorry, that's insensitive. Did you eat them?
We're not cannibals. We're not monsters.
Yeah.
So is something in here dangerous then?
No. There has to be something, some kind of hint. Ty's starting to panic a little bit. Because I can't stay here. There's something that I need to do out there.
Yeah.
So there has to be something.
Yeah,
on the one hand, there's something that I need to do out there too. On the other hand, the thing that I need to do could actually be solved if I were to figure out how to what is going on in this town. Because I have to I'm on a quest to cure a plague that's ravaging the land. The plague is right outside your door, but it isn't in here.
We don't know
if I
about
could figure out why, that would help a lot.
Well, I don't know about no plague. We haven't been able to see anything. You can gather from the way he's talking, he has no clue about the plague that you're mentioning, just because you can't see shit.
It's like, hey, at least you don't have that to worry about.
Like, yeah, I'm very grateful to be trapped here all my life. No,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I will do my best to figure out what's going on for your second one.
Oh.
Did they answer the day-night thing / constellation thing?
They said, well, like he basically said, yeah, no, we don't really. It just kind of blends together at some point because we can't. When he points up, and all you see is just pure darkness. You can't see anything. Like no
So,
stars, no light.
First, we have COVID spreading across the land, and now these people are quarantined for many years. Change between the
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. But
yeah, I'm just thinking because after just like 6 or 7 months of staying at home, I can barely tell how much time has passed anymore.
They're like those scientists who were like quarantined for scientific reasons and then came back in the middle of the pandemic. I remember reading about that.
That's so awful.
Yeah, we're like, hey, welcome back. We've got bad news.
Go back to quarantine.
Yeah,
that is unfortunate.
I imagine anybody coming to Earth in 2020 would be like that meme where somebody shows up arriving with pizza and everything's on fire.
Oh
Yeah.
So it's like aliens come in 2020 and they're like, oh, sorry, sir, you have to, social distance, please. You have to return back. We're under quarantine. We're gonna have to.
You gotta be at least 6 light years away.
Yeah.
Question: What self-respecting alien would go to a planet that has a plague going on?
Well, would they
know? I don't know if they know about
recording disasters.
Come to think of it, they'd probably show up, and as soon as we get here, we would be like, no, go back. We're sorry, we didn't announce it earlier.
yeah, it's like...
if they're a species that has light travel space vehicles, how the hell are they not picking up on our satellite?
Okay, anyway,
we're getting off track.
on the topic here. Okay. Cora kind of looks towards Hawthorne and is like, isn't Eva a goddess of light? I think she might be able to help a little. I don't know.
It's like, well, she leans over to Hawthorne's like, well, like she's here again. She's better than she was a couple days ago, but she's back. He's like, well, I can give it a shot. I mean, I'm a goddess, but not that high of a goddess. Lathander has pretty much that.
I mean, worst comes to worst, I guess it's a train until I get to a strong enough threshold.
Yeah.
To those divine miracles or whatever.
Well, I hope so too, because honestly, that'd be super cool. Oh. She's daydreaming a little bit, but then she's like, all right, okay, so let's see what I can do. She raises her hand. What?
Also, how many people are in the gate-ish area?
Right now you can literally see not that many. Stay on target. You see at the moment, like in your physical vicinity, you see maybe 10 people, 10, 15 people.
Okay, that's perfect. I like, right, huddle around here, guys. Here you go. And I cast create food and water on them for them.
Create what now? Water?
I give them some food.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're very happy and they're like, oh, and they thank you so much, and they start devouring the food.
Yep.
But then Iba, meanwhile, is raising her hands in the air. Is like, okay, let's see what I can do. So she tries to bring out the sun to be more vibrant, to break through this darkness that's currently on the town. But something immediately lashes at her, and it sends her knocking to the ground. And she's like, and she actually gasps like she just got punched in the gut. And it's like
oh god, this is not a good sign for a god to get past that. All right. He goes over to the empty space to everyone, or where Eva is, and just kind of checking in on her, making sure she's okay. Like, what happened?
And I was like, ow. I don't know. Something just hit me. It's like, Tolsimir, on your end, Deca responds this is exactly, so it looks like this, so it seems that this place belongs to, the dark, apparently. Huh.
Yes, is there anything you can do about it?
Not really. I mean, like, as powerful as I am, I can't exactly break something that's been here for longer than a century. It's pretty big. Even if all 7 of us were to join forces, I doubt that we could really do too much, unfortunately. The best we can do is
felt it was worth a shot.
Yeah. But the best we can do is at least get you out. That's, So, you
I
don't
mean,
have
that
to
would be
worry about
ideal. Do you have any idea how that would work?
how we would get out.
Yes.
We're made of the same things as the things that's keeping them in there. Not quite the same, but enough for us to eat through the walls. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for them, and you can kind of guess he's gesturing to the people inside.
Yeah. So basically, you could hold the doors open for long enough for us to get out, but probably not anyone else?
Oh, no. We are the keys to the door. So what I'm saying is that if you walk through, you would pass by as if it was never there. For them, they would try to pass through, and well, they wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
But we have to actively try and make it, and unfortunately, that one over there, he gestures to Hawthorne. Well, I'm not so sure his friend would be so willing.
I see. Well,
I mean, which one of us would like to have a god suppressing us? I wouldn't.
Then again, which one of us would like to be locked in here forever?
Well, fair enough. So.
All right.
I definitely think we should try and find another way. And
I'm curious.
At this point, I still have hope that another way is there. But if nothing else, we could at least escape and try and send word. I'm not sure who we would send word to, though.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, if you sent any of the puny governments the mortals have come up with, they could try all they'd like, but they're not as strong as they think they are. And
could Lathander do it? If, I imagine we couldn't contact them from inside here, but do you think Lathander could do it if we could actually get to them?
I mean, if the god came down from his high and mighty throne in heaven, probably. But I wouldn't recommend. But I mean, I wouldn't throw my hopes onto such a thing. You see, for us, it's always been kind of interesting because you see these beings, these celestials, as gods, and to some respects, they are. To us, we just see another group of people aiming to cut us down. But I do imagine he would have enough power to at least open the door for these poor people. Yes.
Do you have any idea what might have caused this?
I do indeed. It's a territory that is wanting.
It. Who is it?
The same reason as the infection. Think of the infection and this darkness as similar entities that want. This town was merely claimed by them rather than us.
Do you know if they're the only place that was so claimed?
The only place.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. This small town is so undoubtedly small. Yeah. Shippen's like, punch the barrier, punch it. big fun.
Funny thing is, that would actually work, at
Yeah,
least
probably.
for
It
Korak.
would work for Korak. That would be how he uses the key. Just boom.
Yeah. What if I set it on fire? Yeah. Oh, Ty, do you want to try that?
Yes, she wants to get out.
How do you want to try it?
Just stab it with your flaming sword.
Yeah, like probably you get the sword. Try all the firepower.
You can feel. Then you hear a voice in your head, Ty. It could feel what you're thinking, and it's like, I wholeheartedly agree. Cendrus is not happy about being here. Like he can definitely get you out, but he doesn't like even if you get out, he hates this place. He hates everything about this place, and it's not because of the people, but it's because of the area itself.
Right, big move. They're on the same page for once.
Yeah, go ahead and attack it. Make an attack roll.
Tulsimir is going to stand back. Just
yeah, she's going to warn everybody to stand back.
Yep.
It's because right now, the blade itself is willing to lend its power to you, a little bit more than it usually does.
Yeah, so she's going to warn everybody to back up a bit, just in case.
Yeah, you can feel the veins pulse, it's pulsing with power as much as it can produce. So go ahead and make an attack roll.
Is that basically Shipman's advice? Just punch it?
Punch it to death.
Punch it. Punch it. Really
Yeah, actually, yeah. Shipman's punch it, kick its ass.
Objects go through the barrier thing if we throw a rock at it.
Yeah, it probably would go through. It doesn't go through in the same sense. Is that when you throw with the momentum, it disappears, and then with that same momentum, the rock is thrown right back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's essentially what happened. Ty.
So it doesn't even let inanimate objects go through.
No.
Yeah, darn. There goes my plan.
Yeah. You can probably guess. Yeah, you can probably guess that this is the very same reason why the Dryad was not able to get in. Because whatever this darkness is, it's keeping her out. Even though she's a Dryad and can go through trees, it's like, nope, you don't get to be in here, and it just kicks her out.
Well, honestly, I'm glad for that, because that's better than the alternative.
It's also better than the alternative, yeah.
You'd probably die in here. Photosynthesis.
In any case, Ty, you attack the thing, and right now you can feel more magic than you did. The same magic that you did when you first met Cendrus. It's building up, and Cendrus's blade, it bursts into flames. Imagine a flamethrower, but I guess it's like a flame tongue, but way hotter, the flames are way bigger than you imagine. It's like a bonfire type big. And as she swings the blade, it clashes. It actually connects with the thing, and the town begins to rumble and shake. As it's doing this, though, something's going to attack Ty, and will strike her in the back of the head with a blunt force object, like something punched her. Probably the same thing that attacked Iba, and it'll knock you to the ground, skidding all the way back to the group. It was not happy. The air begins to somewhat shimmer above them, the part that's definitely covered in darkness, and everybody make a Constitution check, because something is about to fuck up your ears. Everybody make a
check or save?
Sorry, saving throw.
Okay.
I don't know why it happened twice, but the first one is what happened.
Oh, did you?
Makes me sad face.
Gotcha. 16. Oh, I'll go with the higher one. 16. Tulsimir, you save. D, you save. Ty, you don't.
She was gonna go stab it again.
Yeah.
If I remember right, Korak's proficient in con saves.
Yeah. Go ahead. Hawthorne, you save.
Cool.
That's +6 +7 because of his cloak.
Yes. Korak, you save. Vi, you also save for other reasons, but yes. Everybody who saves takes half damage. It's going to be 2d8. It's thunder damage, yeah, for sound thunder. Yes.
Yes.
Everyone takes 2d8 thunder damage, like full 2d8 thunder damage, or half if you saved. I will roll that now.
Okay.
2d8. So 12 damage if you 12 damage if you fail, half if you save. Everyone, it's very you can literally hear the whole area itself just scream in anger as if you just pissed it off royally.
It's almost as if that's what we were intending to do.
Yeah.
And Shipman's just like,
it's like
yes,
you pissed us off
fight,
royally, and you don't hear us screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, when that happens, like the townsfolk just grab their ears as you can hear it scream at him. It's not so much a scream as in pain. It's more like it's pissed off. It did not like what you tried to do, and it immediately tries to go back and like another dexterity check. I need you to make a dexterity check because it's going to try to attack you again.
Okay.
For the sake of levity, we'll say 15 is 15. You're safe. Saving throw.
Wait, check or save?
Saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I think for Ty, it actually would have been better if it was. You have 10 dex. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I don't get any. I don't have any extra dex.
It immediately grabs you. You're currently grappled, and it's going to try. And because you're grappled, so it's going to try and squeeze at you. Basically, since you failed the check, it's like essentially you can't see what's grabbing you. You can only see just the darkness, kind of like making its way to you.
It's being because he might react kind of negatively to seeing one of his traveling companions getting grappled and squeezed.
Make a perception check. For the perception check is just to see if you can react fast enough. Yes, you're fast enough. Yeah, you can see the darkness trying, it currently has a hold of her and is trying to bring her closer to it to harm her.
Yeah, Korak's gonna react. His halberd is gonna appear in his hands, and he's going to slash at the tendril thing to try to separate it from him.
Make an attack roll.
Let's see. If I remember right, it's just +6.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. That's good enough.
Extra. Good enough? Okay.
Because it's not exactly moving. It's not exactly gonna. It's like a wall essentially. But yeah, you cut the space between it and Ty, whatever is grabbing her, before it tries to pull her in, and for whatever reason you strangers are actually the people are looking confused. But yeah, for whatever reason, you're able to cut through it. You feel it too. It's not. You think that because it's nothing, you would feel nothing. There's actual resistance to that. Obviously, you cut into it, and it makes it pull back. It's even more unhappy than it was before, but it doesn't retaliate anymore. But it in the darkness, when you look back into it, you can see multiple eyes just appear. They're all red. It's the same eyes you saw a couple nights ago, not a couple nights ago. Whatever the night previously was, when the right before
last night.
Yeah, the last night when you found the cave. You can see those same eyes. There's lots of them, and they do not look happy with you. But they all disperse and go away for the moment. The wall is still there. It's like the guy looks and like, what the? The guy looks and he's like, what the hell is going on? You know, he's very concerned.
Yeah. It's like, honestly, I don't know either, but I feel like the plan of, hey, just hit the wall until it breaks is worth a shot.
So
Good, because I'm doing it again, and she's gonna stab the wall again.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? What if we all? Works is like, what if we all just hit it?
Normally I'd be all for that, but right now, since it could hit back, I think we should probably go see who might remember.
We might need to investigate things. Maybe,
Yeah.
I suppose. Korek seems very disappointed that he can't fight
Yeah,
the strange wall.
Tulsavir is going to pull out his weapon, but he's not going to start hitting the wall yet.
So
Korek's weapon just kind of vanishes back into whatever space that it kind of vanishes into.
yeah.
D goes ahead and goes looking for the lady while muttering something about how he thought a group of adults was supposed to act different than a group of childs.
Yeah.
Children. I forgot the child.
No, it's
I mean, that's fair.
Look,
groups of childs, obviously.
Honestly, I could see D saying that.
look, fighting things is the best way Korek knows how to solve problems, okay?
Yes.
Can't get past the door that's locked? Punch it, obviously,
Break
until
it.
it breaks.
Yeah. Tulsamir is going to mutter something under his breath about how at least they didn't make the townsfolk pay for it.
Well, they did kind of already do that. When it screamed at them and they all had to hold their ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, someone's gonna have to, like, physically stop Ty because she doesn't care and she's gonna stab the wall again.
Korek's basically going to... Yeah, Ty's tiny. Like, how small is
she's-
Ty?
She's
Correct, you're like
she's
twice
under
the
5
size of
feet.
her.
Yeah.
She's tiny.
Okay, yeah, Korek's just gonna kind of lift her up, like, and just be like, no, come on, let's not hit the screaming wall, let's go actually do some
Just,
smart
like-
stuff.
Pick her up like a tiny kid.
Yeah, just go pick her up and like, not now, fighting later.
Court, deadly. Put Ty on Barkolomue's back.
Not that.
Yes,
She's that small, but that's a funny mental image.
he's just gonna pick Ty up, put her on Barkolomeu's back, and just be like, we'll fight later.
You know,
Korek seems
technically,
disappointed.
technically, given Korak's size and given Ty's size, Ty could technically ride Korak into battle, and I would count that as a mount.
Yeah, that would be great. Also, I love the mental
make a
image
note
that
of that.
Korak puts Ty onto Barkolomue and then says stay, but to the person, not the dog.
Stay on to the dog. Bartholomew looks at Korak and is like, bark? Bork?
Barkolomeu,
He's like, "What's going on?"
go follow D.
Yeah.
Barkolomeu trots off following T with his tail wagging and Ty on his back. Seeming no different than with Ty not on his back.
Ooh.
Ty's just cross-armed, grumping.
Yeah, she's just like pouting.
But yeah, anyone else wants to do anything? Ty's gonna have to be pulled back. We got Pilsen pulling out a weapon.
Asking the person where, like, who, if there's anyone, knows about the wall for, like, who's the oldest here.
I think there was somebody in a far-off town who won an election on the platform that he was going to build a wall and keep people out.
Yeah. No, but
No, this one lets people in and then doesn't let them out.
Sounds like
Yeah, so America.
Oh, yeah, I guess. But yeah, no, essentially, he's like, we had some wizards try, and we did have a few wizards to try and go out, and we were watching, and you know, it pulled them in like it tried to pull your friend in. So we haven't heard from them ever again. We have a couple wizards and still some artificers here that work on some of our items to at least make our lives bearable. Yeah.
Wow.
Barrel, bro.
To get materials to make magic
Alright.
items.
They definitely
Tulsimir does-
recycle.
Yeah. Tulsimir would like to talk to the last adventurer from 15 years ago.
Yeah, her name was Lana, I think. She lives. Yeah, she's a ranger. She lives further in town. You'll find her. You'll find her by the orphanage.
Alright, well, the orphanage? Tulsimir is gonna ride his horse over to the orphanage and look for any ranger-looking characters.
Yeah. Glass, you want to describe them?
So, while you're there, you see a person, well, a half-elf woman who's like the half-elf equivalent of like 29, early 30s, I guess, whatever that is.
So that's like 150.
Sure, yeah, I guess.
I don't actually know
I'll
if that's true or not, but whatever.
Like directing some of the guards and some people who like have like light armor, whatever sort of armor that they can create in this town, and like kind of directing them. And then she notices you, and she just I see.
Yeah, I think by the fact that you don't know that you've never seen me before, you know what happened.
Yeah, that's. I think I remember you growing up here. And also the horse is a bit of a giveaway.
Yes, the horse is a bit of a giveaway.
Yes.
So, first of all, hello, my name is Tulsimir.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you. Second of all,
Nice to meet
what
you
can you
too,
tell me about this place?
Well,
sorry, could you say that again?
Nice to meet you too. I wish it could have been under better circumstances.
Agreed.
Yes, about this place. It's not a bad town, but I did have family outside, and I would have liked the opportunity to go out and talk to them again instead of being forced to settle down here. I take it that you are going to... Well, I take it that you have tried your hand at the wall.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I'm certainly not going to just accept that this is my fate without at least trying everything I can think of.
Sometimes accepting is... Well, accepting and hoping that perhaps there will be a better opportunity is better than throwing your life away on it. Take it from me. They told you that I am the last from my party still in the town.
Yes. Did the others attempt to leave, or did they just meet their fates?
While we were entering the town 15 years ago, some monsters attacked us, and I was hurt kind of badly in the battle. So we came into town hoping to give me some doctor or something, or a cleric to help me. Well,
healer.
Yes, a healer to help me heal. While we were in the town, my party members heard of a job that the villagers needed some help with. They wanted adventurers to try going through the walls. They had reason to believe it had been strangely affecting the children in town, as well as the obvious inability to escape. I stayed behind.
Strangely affecting the children in town. Could you go into more detail about that?
They've been having nightmares. More recently, since our party got here, apparently. And occasionally, some vanish.
Well, that is certainly strange.
Yes, at any rate, I stayed behind because I was still in recovery while my party, they thought they were invincible. They tried to go investigate, and I never saw them again. I hope that they got out, but
You didn't, so you can't be sure.
it's only a hope, and sometimes it's a hard hope to believe.
Can you tell me anything about how the wall reacted?
It allowed, when they tried to pass through, it allowed them to pass through. I didn't hear their footsteps as they tried to leave. I couldn't see them. It's as though the second that they passed through, they were gone.
So strange.
Weird.
I feel like I'm not understanding something. Wait, so, and this is me, not Hawthorne. So they're, just to summarize, they said that their adventuring party went to investigate people going missing
Children going missing.
in the town.
No,
Yes.
well,
Oh.
because essentially what happened was, to clarify, just to give a quicker recap, they were moving to the next town. They saw this town. They were attacking by monsters and just ran inside because it was the best thing. This ranger got pretty badly injured, so she had to stay behind. And while they were trying to while they were trying to figure things out, they also obviously they noticed the clearly blatant darkness that if you step outside you would see above them. So they also were pretty much doing the same thing you were and asking what they can do. So they went to
Right. Why did you never tell us about the clearly blatant darkness? You said it was midday. We would have noticed the clearly blatant darkness.
No.
You only noticed it once you stepped inside the town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It changed like that when the veil dropped and you got inside. Like when because like the second you got inside, the veil immediately dropped, so you couldn't have a time to really like figure out what's going on. Then when you looked up, oh shit, there's no light anymore.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can we see? Did I have to cast light? Do they have?
Nope, you can still see. You are only permitted to see the town.
Okay, so
anything
you mean behind? Okay.
Yeah.
And
so everything in the town is visible to you, but everything outside the town, even above you, you can't. Yeah.
Also, the ground is visible.
Also, the ground is visible. And
and then her story about her party, they went somewhere and
they went. Yeah, they went to go try to the wall, which apparently they were able to go through, but for whatever reason, like you can imagine that this plate that the wall is somewhat sentient, which is why it probably allowed such a thing. But you can guess from how she's speaking, it did not like ever let them leave.
So basically, it killed them while they were sneaking through the wall.
Pretty much.
Okay.
That's what Alana. That's what this ranger Alana is suggesting to you.
Okay.
She was still
I'm
pretty
going to
hurt.
ask Dekka quietly. Like, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, sounds about right. They do that.
Hawthorne's gonna ask, what did she find out while she was here? Because she's been here for 15 years. She would probably be looking for a way out, or since she's an adventurer, might have known that there's something probably causing it. What did she find out?
Well, I do have suspicions that it's something of a hunch, because clearly I have not been able to research this on my own, but if it was because of the monsters attacking and injuring me that we had to run into town, perhaps they are connected, perhaps I don't know why. Maybe this is like keeping pigs in a pen until you need to feed off of them.
Yeah. Was there anything noteworthy about the monsters?
I could not really get a good look at them. I'm sorry, but they did attack from above.
Oh yeah, we saw something
Above.
kind of like that, except it didn't attack us.
Yes.
It attacked
It
your
could
client.
also
Right?
it could also be the reason why. Unfortunate as it is, it could also be the reason why children occasionally disappear. They get hungry and there aren't enough travelers in the woods.
So strange how you guys are still having kids here. Sorry, don't mean to judge.
People get bored in a very tiny town.
That's kind of
It's not tiny. It's like 5,000 people.
In a very isolated
Oh, okay.
town.
Sorry.
Yeah,
That changes things slightly.
yeah.
Yeah.
In a very isolated town. People get bored.
It's like, yeah.
This place is still a big town, right?
It's still big, yeah. I mean, it's somewhat like you can tell originally this place, like the way you're walking through it, you hardly meet people, mostly because like for whatever reason the numbers have significantly dwindled. So because this place looks like it can hold upwards of 15,000 people.
Yeah.
They're like,
it's a
yeah,
town-sized town and not a Minecraft village-sized town.
yeah. It's like, but like right now it's right now they're saying it's like roughly a third of what it originally was, like anywhere from a half to a third of what original amount of people was.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, because you would gather that a lot of people either lost hope and decided to just try and walk into the thing, or some were trying to be brave and also do the same thing, but sooner or later the wall took them.
And some were abducted, I think.
Yeah. Lana didn't quite mention to you when Glass was talking, but essentially she also tells you that children have been having nightmares constantly about the dark. But the kids, right? Obviously.
Well, I mean,
They're kids brought up in extraneous circumstances.
yeah.
Right.
You guys are surrounded by darkness.
Correct's gonna ask.
Going missing, they have dreams, probably before they go missing.
But like, yeah, but he's basically saying, yeah, but like at first, yeah, we tried to I thought it was just because of the circumstances, and we thought, we tried to ease their pain a little bit, but like she one of the the townsman that works, the guard that's working with her speaks up and is like saying, yeah, I tried. She was just a little kid. She was so frightened. And she ran right in.
Korak kind of tilts his head a bit and is like, "Do you know what kind of nightmares they had?"
They just keep screaming that something is trying to crawl its way to them. It's some monster of some kind. I don't know. I mean, we've heard of monsters. I don't know. Yeah, like this is right before Lana, came in. Like the guard's like, because this guard looks older. Well, he's older for a human. But he looks a little bit more older than what's her freaking name? Lana. Yeah, I'm sorry. Then older than Lana, because he's lived here a little bit longer. But Lana's a half elf, lived longer. Because he's just like I'm one of the old town guard, but what am I supposed to do when I couldn't reach the kid that ran into the wall willingly?
Maybe keep them in a more secured area in the center of the town.
This was during the early days, because
That's what we are trying to do currently with the guard.
And then guards, and because he's saying it from the perspective of when it first happened, when the darkness first overtook the area.
Wait, okay, so he's been here since the beginning?
Yep, because he's really old. He's like in his 70s.
Oh, okay, that changes everything. All right, dude.
Yeah.
So
tell us everything you remember from that first day that it happened. What did you see? What did you hear? What did everyone else think about?
It was just a normal day. We were, I I was just a young brat. I just got into the guards, and I was so excited because we'd be able to fight off any bears or any other monsters that were a little too excited to get close to our town. But I don't know, the lights started to fade, and we thought it was weird. It was, like you say, it's supposed to be midday, and it was somewhat similar to us. It just kind of happened. One moment everything was fine, and like it wasn't always bright. It still had a hard time seeing the sunlight, but we still had sun enough to.
Did anything notable happen, like the day or two before you all got trapped?
Some old man come up here and like, you did not heed my warning.
No.
Or something. Now you guys are would be dropped in darkness for all eternity or whatever.
That sounds pretty memorable.
Actually matter, dude.
I wish there was. I really do, because I have so much anger in my heart. Not being able to save anyone, not being able to save my town, and I'm just tired. I'm sorry.
Hawthorne, hang tight. Anybody else have any questions for them? Because otherwise Hawthorne wants to talk to the kids.
Could I have Korak try to roll like insight or something to see what he might piece together?
Yeah, roll me insight.
Okay.
Roll. Oh, natural
shit.
20. Okay.
Nice.
Divines everything. You know who did this.
Realizes he's trapped within a tabletop role-playing game.
Oh, shit. He's opened his third eye.
Korak just looks directly at Zone and says, "Lift the dome, asshole."
Whoa. You're not supposed
You put it here in the first place.
Hey, I'm just, don't mind me. I'm just gonna,
Put this guy back.
Put this guy back.
Put this guy, no, but essentially, with your natural 20, what you're piecing together, essentially, is that, it's that what Lana said earlier, or I forgot who said it. The pigs in a thing. Yeah. She's kind of dead on. It's like it's keeping them alive like pigs for slaughter.
So what would happen? Actually, Tulsimir isn't going to ask that. Never mind.
The hypothetical, what would happen if it ate everyone?
Well, yeah, like hypothetical. What would happen if we killed everyone?
Murder hobo. Wow, the murder hobo solution.
I mean, if there was nobody in the town left to eat.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they would come for us afterwards, but would they lift the thing after that?
If Tulsimir murders children, D murders Tulsimir.
Yes, I mean, again, this is why this is a hypothetical question.
If Tulsimir murders children and everyone murders each other, then I guess I have to start a new campaign, don't I?
We all play the friend.
Okay.
This is
Back on track.
chance to get back at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back
My
on
original
track.
plan was if inanimate objects would go through, we flesh to stone all the people, throw them outside, and then greater restoration them back.
Yeah.
My
I
plan
would
was
they
to
just
send
like an arm
Barkolomue
just like
out.
break off? What if an arm breaks off while you're tossing the stone statues through?
Oh no,
We don't toss the stone statue through. We will be careful.
Use mending.
What we do? We pull a cart back and forth between the barrier.
Okay, back on topic.
What's going on?
Korak's piecing together that the analogy with the pigs is dead on, and
it seems to but it seems that like even though everyone goes in, like it won't attack the people unless they attack them, which is probably why a lot of people or actively goes to it, like to either they accept it and they just walk in, which it allows, or they try to attack it, which you saw, which you know already that Ty did this, and you did this too. It was not happy with that, and will eventually try to come back for Ty. And also, it's going to come back for you too because you also attacked it. But at the moment, from the way that everyone speaks, it does. It's very like it only attack. It like, again, it's very particular of what it tries to absorb or tries to take. But like your heart drops because you figured out what it's going for first for its meals. It's the children. They're going for the children. For whatever reason, it's sending these nightmares to these kids, making them so incredibly paranoid that they have a mental break and can't have it anymore, to the point to where they want to get out as soon as possible. And from what the old guard, was saying, they have tried digging. It's a perfect sphere is what's going on.
Of course it's dark.
Of course it's dark. But yeah. Every time they try to do you imagine that every time they try to do something big, like the wizards, because they use some of their biggest wizards in the town, and some of their best towns, essentially the big dogs that lives in the area. They tried to use that first, and it retaliated by eating them.
Yeah.
What level were they?
One thing I am curious about is, did anyone try teleporting?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing as why. It's the same thing why. What's her name? The dryad couldn't get through.
Okay.
So they got it rejected almost immediately.
Kima would like to try something.
So the party kind of might notice that Korak's expression kind of turns a little more worried because he got it.
Yeah, because Korak, when you look up, you can because you're at the orphanage essentially, and you're talking right in the front of the door, right? You're in the little lobby section, but that doesn't mean there isn't kids there, and you can kind of see that there's a lot of them with bags under their eyes.
Real quick speaking.
He's a little more.
No. I'll address all of you first. I want to address Ren first.
Cool. Well, Vaikima has a spell which will allow her to enter the ethereal plane.
Sure.
So if this is a barrier thing or whatever, she assumes it's just going to be in the material plane, and it doesn't cross over to other dimensions.
Do you want to see if that is true before you try the spell?
How else would she see if it's true before she tries her spell?
She could probably study it Arcana-wise.
Okay.
If you want to make a roll first?
She'll do another roll.
Just because I want to see if you want to save a spell.
So what you're saying is, no, it won't work.
Yeah, that's a bit ominous.
It won't work.
Yeah, you can't DM talk when one of the players is a former DM.
That's actually good enough. That is definitely good enough. That you imagine that, okay, so a dryad is somewhat physical. Is definitely a somewhat physical being, but they're mostly fae, and fae are spiritual in a sense. So your logical deduction can allow you to assume that, even for whatever, this thing is trapping things in here, throughout everything, the most it can. But it's not 100% certain because again, from what your roll tells me, you're not 100% dead certain it would work.
Okay.
So you can still try.
Well, I suppose she'd try anyway, just because it seems a bit ludicrous that whatever this is would cross over between multiple dimensions just to keep this dimension entrapped like this. So she'll tell the party what her plan is. And I guess that would be, she could try that after they've done their investigations in the town.
Sure. Go ahead. What spell are you using?
Link.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Well, is everybody done?
For the moment, yeah.
Wait.
Sorry, Trish, did you want to say something?
Just with this
Yeah.
small one with.
Real quick, I wanted to say that as soon as Dee heard that it was taking children, their face went blank.
No,
Okay.
And also, once the conversation has ended, Dee wants to talk more to the people taking care of the kids.
Yeah, that's currently Lana.
Yeah, but I can wait till everyone else is done with whatever they want.
Yes. Zai, did you have something?
Oh, Hawthorne just wanted to go talk to the kids and see what kind of nightmares there were. And I don't know, if it's trying to do it through fear, maybe if they're not scared of it, they'll be fine.
Actually...
Okay.
I just want it to be a little quick
Does Shipman have any, like, insight?
Okay, I'm gonna hop off for, like, just a couple seconds, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
For a second, I almost had a panic of the fact that another thing happened, but yeah. Okay. Well, the kids are like, well, like, yeah, like the kids are all like slightly, they're snappy, they're a little cranky. Well, at least the ones that like most of the kids are normal, but there's like still like a handful of kids that have like lost their parents to this, wall, and there's also like still a lot more that they have bags under their eyes, like they're exhausted. They.
Okay, back.
Hello. So they're just like, yeah, I mean, it like essentially, Hawthorne was pretty much correct in their assumption that it's going like trying to make them much scared as possible, but it's probably like whatever it is, it's usually related to being afraid of the thing that lurks under the bed. One kid points out to the closet that's on the far end of his wall, or far end of his room, particularly like the room that he shares with like a couple other kids. But he points to that and he's like, "I don't like that. I don't like that closet. I can't really sleep that well."
Scared of the monster under the bed? Put your mattress on the floor. Scared of the closet? Get rid of the closet. Korak, go.
Korak cracks his knuckles.
Punch the door.
Yeah, get rid of that closet. No empty spaces.
Korak. Shipman's like, fight? Question mark.
Fight the closet.
Fight the...
So
it's
yeah,
kind of hard. It's kind of hard to fight the unknown.
Yeah, it's like, and it like Shipman's like, you can hear it laughing. It's like, yeah, sure it is.
You're able to fight the unknown.
Just start swinging, and eventually you'll hit it. But anyway,
Korak.
I'd very much like to see you
Korak. You start to you start to get yourself into a sort of trance, and again you're back into a familiar space, the one where it first talked, where Shipman first talked to you, and you can see the same thing over again, and you can hear it speaking again. You can still see it, and you can still see the people that you knew talking to you. Those same people talking to you, and they're basically saying, "What do you think? Why do you that was like, don't you get it? You're already able to do that. Both you and the girl and all of you are already able. Do you already have the tools necessary to fight back? Why do you think you were able to save her in the first place?"
Wait, save
He's referring to you can't hear this. This is inside Korak's head.
I'm saying it in the...
Yeah, he's referring to Tai, the girl, when the darkness grabbed her and tried to pull back. And why do you think her sword was able to pierce it at all?
Because you guys have something to do with why we're able to affect it.
ding, 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 and then you slowly come back from that trance-like state.
Corey just kind of blinks and goes, I think I kind of get it. Again, Corey's 8 in, so it takes him a minute to, like, get the information into a workable thought.
Yeah.
But when it connects, it connects.
Yeah. Vi. So we're going to go back to Vi. Vi is now in her ethereal form.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you want to do, Vi?
Kind of. Okay. Well, so the way the blink works is, I don't know if you want to do it correctly, like mechanically, because I'm supposed to roll a d20, and if on a roll on 11 or higher, I vanish from the current plane of existence and appear in the ethereal plane.
I'll say that you rolled and it was a success.
Okay, cool.
So you're
So
currently in the ethereal plane.
cool. So she warned her party beforehand, and now she's in the ethereal plane. What can she see?
Can
Nothing.
you see the friends?
Actually in the ethereal the ethereal plane is more like is it like the astral plane? No, it's different. What you can indeed see the friends. They're all somewhat behind, and you can even see Elle standing right behind you, and he pokes you in the shoulder. When you turn around, he goes boo. You can see all of them, but like their own auras are preventing whatever darkness there is from entering in to your own personal like area. Like I'd say, give or take 30 feet between you and everyone. From you guys are the point of origin, so there's like 6 different points of origin to where this darkness in the ethereal plane cannot reach. But you can't see anything beyond those spheres.
Yeah. What do you mean by darkness encroaching on us?
I mean that it's blocking out most of the it's blocking out most of your vision. It's also like it's very vague in this particular area. Like it's not really hurting you, but it also doesn't want you to see anything either. It wants to keep you in the dark per se. But it's not physically doing anything to you because it's just right now you're just in the area. If you want to reach out further, probably to the wall, we can do that too. Do you want to try that?
All right. Well, just to recap, we said that we could. Did we say that we could probably enter and leave as
Yes.
you wanted?
You gather it's because like. I guess no. That was on Tolstoy's side, but
Tolstoy would have told the rest of the party about it.
Yeah.
But like very, very hush hush. He doesn't want the townsfolk to know about that for fear that we will be chased, either made to stay or chased out with pitchforks.
Yeah.
Like Tolstoy really doesn't know how the town would react if they found out that we could leave.
Mm-hmm.
If they would just say, go try and get help, he'd be willing to do that. But if they've been here for 50 years, Tolstoy doesn't know how they would react.
Okay. Then why did Hawthorne? I think it was Hawthorne who tried to exit before.
No, that was Ty.
Oh, Ty. Yeah. Why did Ty, when she tried to exit, get
No,
stopped?
it was Hawthorne. Ty attacked it.
Yeah. So
I just stabbed the wall.
Yeah. That was probably like when you look at Hawthorne before you leave, like again, it has a lot to do with the fact that Iba is there. Hawthorne literally has a goddess on. She's like, oh, hi. She waves at you. She's like, hi.
Hi.
Hello again.
Hello, how you doing? But yeah, like you can see there's magic around Hawthorne that's literally preventing like whatever is the other friend from doing harm to Hawthorne. And for that very same reason, Hawthorne themselves cannot really do too much.
So
Likewise,
can
good.
Hawthorne leave?
Yeah, that's it.
Hawthorne technically could.
Then why was Hawthorne stopped?
It was because of Eba again, just because she doesn't quite understand the magic behind. Because Eba doesn't quite understand that magic behind it. Because right now she's like her magics are preventing the thing from doing anything. So you know how your friends, everyone's friends.
I've got how to. Could I?
No, I got it.
Oh,
If you can imagine, all of your friends, if you look around, every single one of your friends are not restricted in any way, shape, or form. Hawthorne's friend is. At the moment, Hawthorne cannot leave. Hawthorne is trapped there as much as anyone else. But
Turn into a heathen and renounce my god.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like the problem is Eva specifically.
The problem is Eva's magic, because like Eva has spells in place, so that way it does not hurt Hawthorne.
Yeah.
But
Eva, even with the powers of a god, can't get Hawthorne out of here?
Because the reason why is because she's such a minor goddess that it's basically a moot point. She's just like a buffed up like angel, essentially. A celestial, just barely enough.
Buffed up archangel.
Yeah, buffed up archangel. She's just barely enough to call herself a god. That's how minor.
The other thing I would like to know, and Tulsimir is actually going to ask the town about this, is how often does the barrier open up? Has it been literally 15 years since? First of all, can you even tell? Has it been 15 years since the barrier was opened up again, or is it just we happen to be the first people to show up? We happen to be the first people to show up while it was open. Because if it takes another 15 years for the barrier to open again, like Tulsimir's plan is to leave and try and get help. But if it takes another 15 years, he would think twice about that and see if he could find a way to fix it first.
From what they tell you, it's sporadic because, the most recent party for whatever reason was 15 years ago, and it wasn't just because it was an adventuring party. It was just like straight up the most recent people that actually did because, they don't know how it functions. They only know that every so often, this is the time before you was like maybe the second or third time a group of people entered in and were never able to exit.
Wow, that's a long time.
I just feel like the fact that this town is closed off / trapped, it would be more common knowledge. Like, it's not a small town; it's 5,000 people. People would travel through here through trade, family visiting, merchants.
Yeah, it definitely does seem weird that I've never heard about this before.
Yeah. I want you guys to roll me history.
Oh, well, never mind. It doesn't seem weird that I never heard about this before.
If you want, roll history for this if you want to know.
Okie dokie, because I do find this quite odd. And I am pretty.
Korik's got another thought going on.
Okay. Hang on. Fear, unknown. Our friends are letting us able to fight. Shipman. Yeah. Oh wow. That's essentially, what you're able to figure out, from your history, you remember. Wasn't the path worn down? Because you remember the path when you first got here, how it was so nice and neat as you got closer and closer to the town, as it was kept pristine. But if you look back, it got worse and worse. This place is at some point you could no longer see the path, and it was just dirt, just regular dirt, it covered over like it was regular thing. This town it's probably been a really long time since it was intentionally cut off. Something made sure that no matter how hard someone tried, you could not find this place. You're
maps?
Yep.
Obviously there would have been maps that would have been drawn ages ago to
We'll circle back to that. There is a reason why you were able to find this town and why it was known in the first place. Is that something must have happened with you, like whoever talks to you and sold you guys that map. You get because we'll circle back to that eventually, but do keep in mind that there might have been a reason why you had a map that actually had this, because most maps no longer had Moonbrook on their map. It was
Do you know why not?
It was just simply forgotten. Like most people didn't knew it existed.
But it was only 50 years ago, and I imagine all the merchants that disappeared in that town had families.
Yeah.
And they're like, where did they go?
But also, people disappear a lot in back then.
It's like a deep
Yeah,
woods.
but this was a town of 15,000 people.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been a much bigger thing. Like,
If a town of 15,000 people disappeared, I imagine word would have gotten out.
Yeah.
If it's a small town, then maybe, but if it's this big, then...
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Okay, well, alright then.
Okay,
So...
What do we get?
It has a lot to do. Let's see. We'll go back. We'll circle to Korak real quick. Hang on. Fear, unknown, or friends, being able to fight it, the infection. Yes, roll for insight. You can you can gather that it's very similar, that this particular colony is probably relating to darkness.
Yeah, Cora. Once the party kind of huddles together to consolidate the information, Korak is going to let the party in on what he's pieced together. And maybe someone with better insight or better brains can kind of put the rest of the puzzle together.
Still in the ethereal, so...
Yeah, you're still... Actually, right now, you can kind of talk to all of them, with the exception of the one next to Hawthorne. But currently, there are about 8... you can see 8 figures kind of surrounding you guys, because you can all you can see is your party members and the 8 figures. One of them is obviously Iba, and the one and the creature, and you can't really see the creature that's being barred, but you can kind of feel that it's there. You could see 2 creatures next to Ty. One of them, more specifically, is closer to her right, and the other is just in general around her. But you can kind of, for whatever reason, it feels closer to her one side. You can also see Deka, Tulsim. You can see Deka next to Tulsimir. You can also see Shipman, and it's fight ? It looks at you. So.
And you can see Dee's friend.
You can see Dee's friend as well. You don't immediately catch Dee's friend. You can't. You actually couldn't figure it out at all. And then, but you see something small zoom by, and you can hear the laughter of a child in your head. But yeah, you can kind of guess that it's there too.
Well, this is all very interesting. She's like, oh, I would like to talk to all of you at some point in the future.
Fight! Shipman pulls out his axes, and he's like,
Korag feels it, and he's like, not right now.
No, fight.
Don't fight.
He puts it away.
Don't fight the wizard. Wait. Korag and Shipman are one now.
Yeah.
So it's Shipman literally kind of, well, I guess he could in the ethereal.
Yeah. So, Firefly Cannon, yeah.
Okay, well, because we are able to leave from the material plane, so that means that essentially Elle can also protect Vi from whatever it is if she tries to cross the barrier from the ethereal plane as well, right?
Yep. Elle's that reason.
Sorry?
Elle is that. Elle can definitely get you out.
But not anyone else.
Not anyone else, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah,
Don't tell
so
Hawk.
like, so you can get me out, and then I can come back in.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Like, Elle can get Ty out, Deca can get me out. Basically,
Y'all can
everyone,
get Vi out.
the 5 of us can get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
No,
Vi.
Hawthorne.
It's gonna take some getting used to. The 5 of us can get out. Hawthorne will have more difficulties.
Yeah.
Hawthorne would have. Yeah, it's not just.
What about
But-
the horse and dog?
There you go. I was waiting for someone to mention that. Yeah, they're stuck too.
Sorry, you're gonna have to say that again.
Hello, Hawk.
What about the
dog is
horse and
stuck.
dog?
Barkolomue and Voya. Yeah,
It'll be
I'm
like-
glad someone
Oh,
brought it up. 'Cause I was waiting
Is
for this.
Voya also stuck in here? Or
Voya
did
is
Deca
also-
make an
Yeah,
exception
Voya
for
does
friendly
not
horse?
have a friend.
Yeah. Voya
Yeah.
and Voya and Barkolomue will also be
riding
stuck.
on Voya, and then
Oh.
he just appear floating out of the barrier.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
fall
D
right
can
on his
just
ass.
magically make Barkolomue reappear by spending a spell slot. I will not be so lucky.
No, actually,
No!
what would happen in that particular scenario for Device is that this Barkolomue will be stuck there forever. But when D casts the spell again, it will not be Barkolomue. It'll be someone. It'll be a different one entirely.
It'll be Barkola too.
Yes.
Barkola too.
Barkola.
I choose you.
Yeah.
So what D needs to do is like run across, make another Barkolomue, send it through, then run across again, make another Barkolomue, send it through, and just get an army of robot dogs.
Right.
You know,
And the
yeah,
dogs
these could be
like-
therapy dogs for the children. They won't be so scared anymore because they got a dog on their side.
Yeah, I mean,
Work.
D could send their army of dogs to protect the children.
Yeah.
I don't see
And-
anything that could possibly go wrong with this plan.
Anyway.
But
Right.
yeah.
Anyway, so whenever Vi comes back and the party decides to get together to like kind of do a huddle or whatever the hell,
Yeah.
Korak will share like what Shipman told him, what he pieced together, and his suspicion that there is a bigger connection between their friends and whatever the hell this barrier is, but he's not sure what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
That
was-
makes sense too, because there's also a connection between our friends, and Tulsimir like does the verbal air quotes when he says that, and the infection. And it seems
Right.
like this is of similar nature to the infection.
I can hear those air quotes, you son of a bitch. You know. No, but that's not actually Becca.
What
but
can
yeah.
we do here? Because I still have no idea. There's
Well, according to Shipman,
Well, Lana pointed out that there were monsters.
and according to Shipman, we have the tools to fight. But, that's Shipman. He always wants to fight.
I mean, I guess if
But-
our assumption is whack
So, sorry, do the monsters live in the wall, or are they separate from the wall, or are they actually the wall?
It's both. Not the last one, but like the first two.
Okay.
You
They
saw
both-
them outside the wall that last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
should we go out and well, I guess you guys go out. I'm probably gonna have more difficulty coming to you two. And fight those things.
Akima would like to go outside and see what she can perceive in the ethereal plane from outside.
And he's like, so go ahead, Glass, if you want to talk to Elle, if about letting her out.
One thing I will say is we should probably make sure we're out of sight before they watch us walk through the wall.
Oh yeah.
Well, Vi's in the
She's in the
ethereal
ethereal
plane.
which they
She's
don't see her
invisible.
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure Blink, you're in the ethereal plane half the time.
Yeah.
So she's gonna just, run out.
Beep.
Dash.
Yeah. So, you get to the wall, you try to go through. Like, you make sure no one's there, obviously. Not a lot of people try to go through that area. It's very, the only reason why there is just because it was just really bad timing and they did see you. But again, because they tried to run to you as fast as they could.
Okay.
they were pretty far away. So once you try to enter to the ethereal plane, as you try to leave it, you are stuck. But L is kind of chuckling. He's like, I have to do, like L basically is like, this is something that I have to do. Yeah. L's
Dark is not the worst of the dreads we could have encountered.
Could have been worse. And then you hear you see L change form. It's like, it could have been worse. Because they did tell you they were a changeling. But yeah, they you can see their eyes change as magic takes over, and you can see like some spell circles like cover their hands and like a little bit over the wrists. And it's like, all right, let's walk. So
Make it to the other side.
yes, she gets out alive. She can see the path that she originally on right before she entered in. You could still see the infection, and you can see the path that's protecting you. But
and does it look any different now that she's like in the ethereal plane and can see spirits?
She can still see. She can see that she like looking out further beyond the corruption and beyond the darkness, like all that stuff. You can like all the spirits are freaking gone. They dipped as soon as this thing came in. You can actually still see you can see the infection in the ethereal plane, and it's still doing things. Like when you turn back to the town to look at it, it's completely pitch black. It's gone. It's like you can see like the dome of pure darkness. It's like Vanta Black, where like it looks fake. It's not like it doesn't look black. Like it's like there's no way. That essentially it's Vanta Black. But you can also see the corruption trying to attack it, and every time it does, the wall rejects it. I mean, like you can actually physically see it being rejected by the dome of Vanta Black, where it freezes over partial of bits and pieces of the tendrils that attack it from the perimeter. But that's about it.
Okay. So probably this wouldn't be a viable long-term solution to getting rid of the infection. She will just ask Al, how do we break the dome or whatever?
This dome, as some of those, as you have pieced together, this dome, it is the markings of a dread monster's territory. I would suggest locating what is responsible for it first.
And where is that?
One would have to track it, but I don't think it could leave very far from it, not outside this forest.
So it is located outside of the town. Are you able to sense it? Since you're pretty related to it, right?
Yeah, when I was like, yep, I can.
We're related to each other.
Gosh. Yeah, it's like L basically like, yep, I can sense it all right, and it kind of just points to the entire dome. I'm like, well, it's somewhere there.
So it's inside the dome, or is it outside in the forest?
Or is it the dome?
It's like, well, that's a good question. I don't exactly know. It's just I know it's in there somewhere. I know it has to be somewhere within the dome itself. Because it's
clear as mud.
Yeah.
You're a fellow scholar. Are you not interested in determining the origins and locating this with me?
Go ahead, Goss.
While the dark can sometimes be an ally, it is not a force that I myself am as concerned with. It is very difficult to study, as it is quite literally the unknown, the misunderstood.
Yes, well,
It
everything is
defies
unknown.
No, this power defies research and understanding.
That is not something I believe. And then, I guess she'll just walk back in and then conjoin with the other party members with her findings.
Alright, well, Tulsamir is gonna, look over you and make sure you're okay, and after establishing the fact that you're not dead, he's gonna say, okay, what happened?
Well, for one, she'll say, I saw all of your friends. They seem quite amicable to each other. They're all just hanging around. In regards to perhaps the source of the dome, are they clear on that, really? I don't know. They said that the origin or the source of it is inside. So, from what I understood.
I don't know.
Like in the
Or
walls,
or it might be the dome
inside the
itself, or it's.
They weren't terribly knowledgeable on that part of where it was exactly.
Can they
Our
still?
friends are not all knowing.
I wish we were. Decca just merely jokes. In the back of Tolsom's head, you can hear him joke like, "I wish we were. That would be so much more fun."
So, the only kind of way of action is either to identify whatever source is erecting the barrier or just attack the barrier itself. Because if it retaliated, then it doesn't want us to attack it, basically.
Well, I think we could try to look around town, see if there's anything useful here. I don't know what they would still have after 50 years of no trade or commerce.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Do they still use money in here? I feel like they probably wouldn't really use their money.
But we don't really. I mean, we don't exactly use money anymore. But if you wanted to buy something, I guess we could, just for the sake of shits and giggles. We don't really have much to offer you, though.
Okay.
The guard,
I like.
No, but there is a flower with a weird face on it.
Yeah, Tulsamir is gonna go looking around to see if he can find a talking flower.
Yeah. Glass, if you wanted to add anything, go ahead.
Tiny,
Beware if it.
You hear I am mutter. As foolish as those of the Eye are, they would be able to identify the source, I suspect, but none of us are of their kind. Ordinarily, I would say this is for the better.
What?
Cendrus actually kind of shares that sentiment, like, well, yeah, I kind of, if we had them, if we had them there, I can burn them down easier.
Or I kind of thinks, well, if there's a source, then that implies that there's a weak point. Shipman, you know how to find it?
Attack all of it until you find it.
There we go.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah. Shipman's just like, kill everything, kill it all.
Or it's just like, I'm gonna have to show you the benefits of planned attack.
Vakima would like to try another spell.
Sure.
It's her augury spell, but
right,
time-based. So she would like to cast augury and basically see what kind of results would happen if we choose to just relentlessly attack the wall.
What was augury do again? I'm trying to look for that.
Well, it's like you ask a god. Oh.
Right here.
I will read out the spell description for you. By casting gem-inlaid sticks, rolling dragon bones, laying out ornate cards, or employing some other divining tool, you receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. The DM chooses from the possible omens. Wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both good and bad results, and or nothing for results that aren't especially good or bad. I've never heard wheel before, but
yeah. Most likely it's a woe. It's like you are all going to get murdered if you try that.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, well, since
That's one way of getting out.
That's one way of getting out, but like it's actually not just woe; it's wheel and woe. We're like, yeah, probably it'll probably be good, but it won't come without a price.
Okay. Well, her
yeah, it's like it'll be good. We can get out by dying and making new characters.
There you go.
okay. Well, specifically for her augury spell, I mentioned before it was like more time-based, like her seeing into the future kind of thing. So, what kind of vision does she have?
You see bodies. You see your bodies. you can see for the woes. You don't see all of your bodies. You see like a lot of townspeople, like piles of bodies are just gonna like start being taken. Like you can see darkness slowly creeping over the corpses of like you don't like see them all in piles, but you see them all in like their own respective areas where like they're all dead. And like something like you can see darkness reaching out from the bed, from under the bed, and from the closets, literally grabbing them and dragging them under or in. And you see your vision changes again. You see your friends. You only see not your friends. You see a couple of your party mates. Hawthorne's particularly. Hawthorne, yeah. Hawthorne, Ty, and Korak. They're super like they're dead. Like they got
super dead.
They're super dead. Like you can see Hawthorne's legs by you can see Hawthorne's legs by one house, and then you see Hawthorne's rest of Hawthorne by another house.
Yeah, that's graphic. Great.
Yeah. Korak, he has his own weapons from his gut.
Also, just checking in with Trish. You're okay with this? I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to double check because I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
be
this is cool.
Oh no, I was talking
Just
about
the gore.
Did you more?
That was going on.
Because I'm not trying. Like I thought. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
don't worry about it. Okay.
Okay, cool.
But Ty is but Ty is the most interesting one where you would imagine it's like Ty is like her arm is particularly missing. So that's essentially the fates that like, but you can see, your vision changes again to where you can see a group of survivors, like roughly even half of that, like which is like a lot of people. You managed to get them out. The wall is no more, and like you and Tolsimir and D are the only survivors, but you're also really badly wounded, and Foya's nowhere to be seen because most likely it was not great either.
Well, I'm down to making your character. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so when she has that vision, she will warn the party of what she saw in their future if they chose to attack the wall relentlessly. So if that's not the best option to take, then there must be something else in this town that can help.
Okay, let's go investigate or search then, right?
Yeah, let's just do like a search town, I guess, to find anything magical.
Yeah. I mean, you'll definitely find magical items in the town because that exists, but
I mean, Korak might like suggest checking out, the specific area that the kids keep pointing to.
Oh, yeah. They did point out a closet. You open the closet, it's a closet.
Oh.
Where it's just like, who's in here? I'll punch you.
Trish, what was that?
Dee did have a plan for at night that I wanted to ask the DMs about. Could
Yeah, do you want to
question?
go ahead?
Could Dee go to sleep early and wake up at night to go keep an eye on the closet while the kids sleep? If not, that's fine.
You know what? I'll allow it.
Okay. In that case,
I mean, I imagine Dee doesn't really sleep, being a
No, they
with
sleep.
Zone's special thing.
Right,
Everyone
yeah,
in
never
this
mind.
group sleeps regardless. There is a reason.
That does kind of kill like one of the good features of Paladin Warforged, though.
Also,
It is.
also,
they only have like 3 more good features.
Yeah.
Dee left Barkolomue with the children.
Okay. They seem to like your mechanical dog, which they have never seen before, but they also seem to like you because you're mechanical and they've probably hardly ever seen you.
Yay,
So these
not
are
afraid.
these be forest people, so they don't really. I mean, they have smiths and things like that, but that's usually armor. And
did we find anything on our look through town? Should we roll
you want to
something?
look through? Yeah, make rolls. Well, what are you looking for specifically?
We're looking for something odd. Looking for maybe something that has, I think something to do with the darkness thing. Maybe where people are more scared, or talk to people to see if there's.
I won't have you roll for that because I'm just gonna tell you straight up that you, like from what everyone is telling you, kids go in every which way. The kids went in every which way every time, and people just attack. They tried literally everything in the sun. Because they had their wizards look for it as well. They couldn't find anything. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that screamed to them, "Oh, this is obviously not great."
Are there any wild animals around here, like birds or squirrels or whatever?
Nope.
I can't help but feel we're really missing something.
Yeah, same here.
Maybe you should. You can't. Essentially, what essentially it is that you can't figure anything out. There's nothing wrong with Vi was able to figure out that yes, it's the dome that you have to deal with. The dome. But you maybe they're like I don't know. Just get some rest for now. It's probably
I imagine we're not in a position right now to walk up to whatever is making this dome and just cut him down.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, so we find nothing right now, so we're like, all right, let's sleep on it.
Pretty much. But Dee's already asleep. Dee went to go sleep, so they're doing that.
Alright.
I'm kind of curious if this place. I'm gonna go to where they're growing first. If we're going to sleep, and hey, do you guys think something's gonna attack us in the night? Should I keep my 3rd level, or should I try something else out?
You know what? Yeah.
I'm asking the party.
Oh yeah.
I mean, since we're still under the dome, I imagine something's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knowing us, whenever we try to go to sleep, something's going to happen. It seems to work out that way.
Do we have to sleep? Because Vaikima kind of wants to observe what happens.
If you want to observe, I won't force you to. This time you won't. Nothing will overtake you and force you to sleep this time. I promise that.
Well, how do we know it's nighttime?
Yeah,
we'll feel it.
Your body.
I guess we could just decide it's nighttime because it's dark.
Our bodies will feel it eventually.
Your bodies will feel exhausted enough to sleep.
The circadian rhythm is still a thing right now, so.
Your body doesn't automatically oh, it's still. It'll still react.
Look into Barkolomue's eyes. What time is it?
Yeah.
The time pop up on its
time.
Yeah.
So
somewhere above them, an etheric number of 12:30 a.m. pops up. No.
And so you said the children were all kind of where are they? Did you say they were in a central place?
Yeah, most of them are kept at the orphanage, and not there's a fair chunk of them that are not there, that they still have their parents, but it's the safest way to keep them, to keep an eye on all of them. But a fair amount of them have become orphaned. You can gather that a fair amount of them came there not as orphans, but over time have become orphans.
one thing I will say, before D goes to sleep, Tolsimir is going to go to them and says, if you see something during the night, wake me up, okay?
D nods and agrees.
Okay.
So, they can offer like
Korak's basically going to be like the same way. Like he is going to be like guarding the kids when he is not, asleep.
Yeah.
My chemo will probably be the same as well, because like it looks like the kids are their only lead. So perhaps they're running off. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll lead them somewhere.
Lana greets you. He's like, all right, well, we can probably get you a room. There's a lot of space.
Can we sleep with the children?
Yeah, we can because they're not all in like one big lobby area where they sleep. They have rooms. Essentially. And hold on. But yeah, they don't, because they don't like sleep in one big area. It's just they have their own rooms and everything. They have groups to keep them safe, but this horseman, it doesn't exactly like. This isn't like one of those war lobby things where everyone has a similar room. Yeah, one of those rooms. Yeah.
Where does everyone want to sleep? Should we sleep all together, or do you think we should try to
we should
see what we see in different areas and meet up if we have to?
We should probably be within the same general area just in case we all have to group up. Most adventurers have one rule for a reason. Never split the party.
Okay. Alright, so are we gonna room with, like, maybe just stay in 2 different rooms with the kids?
Yeah, that'll work.
They seem to be scared about the closets and under the bed, so maybe if the people are keeping watch...
He'll look to Hawthorne and go, hey, your shield's a nightlight.
Yeah. Tolsimir's going to sleep with him as well. But if he wakes up... Yeah, Tolsimir's going to sleep with him as well, but if he wakes up tomorrow to find his horse is gone and mysteriously the townsfolk are all eating meat, he will be very unhappy.
You can have your owl maybe stay with your horse and then like...
yes, I will have my owl.
I promise. I have a solemn promise, not as the god of the world, but as a DM, I will not have the townsfolk eat your horse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something else may eat your horse. No.
Yeah, something else may go.
Yeah, it's like that was a suspiciously specific promise.
No, but I promise I won't have anything eat your horse. I promise.
Okay.
I have no interest in Voya dying yet.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hooray?
But yeah.
So we go. Who's staying with who? Who's staying up?
Yeah.
D fell asleep. D fell asleep.
He slept early. Yes.
Yeah, D fell asleep early. So once everyone else goes to sleep, D is up and is on patrol, and is very alert.
Okay. Korak will take whatever second watch winds up being.
Are we taking watches, or are we gonna like someone else want to join them in the early sleeps?
We could probably just do watches, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lana usually is Lana is usually up anyways, just because she's worried for the very same reason. I'm gonna pin that.
Okay. So we stay in 2 rooms or just 1? My crowd, whatever kid is in that kids are in that room, but that's fine. Entertain them.
Tell them scary stories.
Yeah, no, not scary stories. We're gonna tell them about how the very soft bunny we're talking about
Got eaten by the demon. Nah.
child stories, children's stories, very nice ones. Pat the bunny.
Tell them about Fluffy Bunny.
There you go.
But anyway, so 2 rooms or 1? What do you guys want?
So where are we keeping watches at, like?
From what I gather is that you're probably going to be staying at the orphanage.
The kids are in groups.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Yeah, but,
Tulsimir
like,
is fine keeping watch.
Okay. Are we just like looking over these children, or are we looking outdoors? Are we keeping like a patrol? Probably a patrol, maybe.
I'm most concerned about the places that the kids are concerned about, which is closet and bed. So
especially considering like Vakuma saw like hands reaching out from those places.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
So we're
But
just
in
like,
her vision, it wasn't just the orphanage; it was literally everywhere.
Yeah, but the orphanage
And
has
that was-
a concentrated amount of kids. Odds
Yeah.
are one of them is going to have.
The orphanage is the place we know kids have been abducted from.
Yes. Well, they more like they ran out of their own volition to be
Yeah, but we're
frightened.
gonna
I would still count that as being abducted.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah.
So we're staying with the kids. We're being in different rooms.
Yeah.
Taking
I'd say there's up to 4 rooms.
Do we need to give you more details about how we're staying, or do you just want to say that we're observing?
Yeah, you're just observing.
Cool.
So who's up? That's what I need to know.
D.
D's up. I know that you went to bed early, so you replenish everything that if you're missing anything, but you should be okay. And then you should have other. And then who else is up? Vi, are you up?
Yeah, I'll be up.
Okay. I will say though, you obviously do not get your spells back. You could technically do a short rest because you're not really doing anything, but you can't have the effects of a long rest at the moment.
Were we doing?
It's not like we've used up any resources.
Vi did use a couple spells.
Oh, right. Well,
'cause-
maybe she should use her wizard recovery thing and get them back.
Yeah.
I mean, you could sleep. I only used 1/3. Well, I don't know.
So, but you're going to sleep, Hawthorne, so you should be. Are you going to sleep, Hawthorne?
I might. I mean, I thought. Okay, do we want to do watches, or do we just want to have? Like,
I think we're doing like watches with groups of 2, and D is pretty much going to be up all night. Because
Yeah,
because
D can watch the whole night because they slept in. I am willing to. I think double watching is a good idea, and I'm willing to take whatever slot is open.
Okay.
We'll have.
So between all of us, we could probably just cover 1 hour-ish each, something like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Or
soon
more,
like so
less.
Dee's staying up the whole night, so then the rest of us can just rotate out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right, we do that then. Do you?
Lana will take a shift with one of you because she does she she's always with the kids. She's so she'll just stay up the night with you guys.
Do you need any details about how we're watching, or do you just want to see what we see?
I just yeah. So is everyone going to bed then? Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready for cryptic flashbacks / horrific nightmares because we know that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause, like, even if everybody else stayed up, at least Ty was going to sleep because she lost almost half of her HP stabbing the wall because Squishy barred. So.
Yeah.
I do
Korak
actually
does
need
need
your
to rest.
I do need your order of how you're going to do this.
Okay.
Korak's gonna take the second watch.
Okay.
Yeah, Tulsimir will take whatever watch is left.
Okay.
I don't think the order matters too much.
Hawthorne, are you going to do an order? Or what are you going You go first. Okay, so it's Korak, Ty. Okay, so at least 4 of you are going to be up because it's not Ty. It's going to be Vi, Korak, D, and then it's going to be Lana because she's going to stay up all night too. She was an excellent. She's not as good as she was before, but she's still an adventurer at heart. So she'll go with you guys. She'll stay up to keep the kids safe. So, everybody make me perception for the night for the first watch. We'll have who's doing the? I guess technically, since 2 of you guys are going to be up all night, or 3 of you guys are going to be up all night, it's going to be fine. But we'll have you guys roll for perception anyways in order.
Yeah, Korak's gonna do it second.
For a second.
Go to the bathroom real
Can
quick.
Barkolomue roll as well?
Dog's looking out.
Yeah, I'll have Barkolomue roll as well. But next time, tell me before you roll because.
If only we had another owl. Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. And then Hawthorne, you're also you're the first shift, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
I believe it's 7 now because we swapped it out. Yep.
Okay. The first part of the night goes pretty well. Most of the kids are quickly falling asleep, and some of your allies are also asleep. Korak's asleep, Tolstoy's asleep, and so is
Tolstoy is once again wearing his pink heart pajamas.
Good.
Like the kids
Approved.
were actually really, really interested before you went to bed because like, oh, that's so colorful. Like, where'd you get? Oh, that's so cool.
Tolstoy makes no comment about his pink heart pajamas.
They look at you wide-eyed and bright. Like you gather they don't have much entertainment in this town and seeing any color.
Well, if they don't, Hawthorne would have given them some dice like, hey, you guys have any... Oh, what the frick? Okay, that's just the cats.
Yeah. Tolstoy was like, hey, let me introduce you to a fun game called Dungeons and Dragons. Here's how you play.
Being meta.
Sedans.
No, yeah. So, sedan, yeah.
Wait, so who else rolling for the first one? Okay, yeah.
Oh, wait, you're second shift, aren't you, Korak? Or were you first shift?
Yeah, second shift.
Okay. Then for the first shift, it goes relatively normal. Again, nothing really happens too much. The candles that you do have are flickering and they're totally fine, but it's not that bad. But the first shift goes without too much of a hitch.
Okay. Suspicious.
Yes. Second. So anyone who's staying up, go ahead and roll again because it's the second shift. Korak, you can go ahead and roll. If D is staying up and so is Vi, you can also roll.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hey!
How's your perception so high?
Can Barkolomue?
Barkolomue can also roll. Yes, if we're doing it before, well, I'm gonna keep it consistent and let Barkolomue roll every time.
Thank you.
Both Barkolomue and Vi, you can start to notice the kids. Like one or two. It's not super major, but you can see one or two of the kids. There's like this young boy. He's not super young. He's like maybe 13. But he's like he grabs onto like the mattress that he's sleeping on really, really tightly, and you can see his like face kind of scrunch up. He's sweating a little bit. On Barkolomew's point of view, bless you. Barkolomue notices something similar to where it jumps up onto the bed of this another girl. She's like probably 8. It jumps up onto her bed and snuggles under her arm to comfort her. And she was doing something similar to where she was kind of panicking, but the second Barkolomue jumped in and like nestled against her, she calmed down a little bit and was able to hold on to Barkolomue. So
Doggo is
Barkolomue, the defender against the darkness.
Yeah.
All dogs shall cause the dread to tremble.
Barkolomue, the true steel defender.
There you go.
The goodest of boys.
The goodest of boys.
But yeah, that about does it for the second shift. Like other than that, like I mean, a few more kids start to doing the same thing, and they're not so much the like screaming in fear, but they're definitely like they're definitely uncomfortable. They're still asleep. They're not like awake or anything like that. But that does it for the second shift. That leaves Ty and Tolsimir. If you guys want to take the last rolls along with Vi, D, and
all right.
And Barkolomue.
Unfortunately, I did not bring my bird, which means
I'm actually D. No Barkolomue for this one because Barkolomue was trying to comfort a little girl. So
Okay.
Bird would have been really helpful here.
what did you get? Right, you keep rolling that one. Yeah, Bird would have been helpful. Okay.
Better than a 7.
Why did you roll a second time, Trish?
That's for the third shift.
You already rolled for the restaurant, I thought.
No,
That's why you got the
He's
8.
staying up all
No,
night,
that was
so they're rolling for
Barkolomue.
every shift.
Oh, okay.
The +4 is D. The straight D20 is Barkolomue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because the D20, the 18, the straight D20, I'm not going to count that because Barkolomue was comforting a child.
That was Barkolomue's past one that from the other round.
That was the one
Yeah, that
for
was from last
Barkolomue to notice the child.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. Trish got a
This is
15.
So, the first one to pick up on it is definitely Ty. During your shift, you immediately see, you're sitting by a candle and you're sitting by, so you're sitting down, right? You have the sword leaned up against a cupboard of some kind, and you're just leaning against it, just like relaxing, and you can see the candles. First off, you can feel your arm starting to burn a little bit. It starts to hurt, just ever so slightly, because you can feel it. And the sword starts to vibrate. Your sword starts to vibrate a lot, as well as the candle nearby starts to get brighter. It's starting to get hotter and bigger. Not enough to burn the place down, but it's enough to say it's very, very clearly different from what it was just a moment ago. Yeah. So Sendris is very not happy with what's going on. It can feel something happening, and then D, you're next to notice this. Looking down, you can see how when the candle is casting a shadow, you can normally notice the shadows are moving slightly, with the candle moving. They're starting to move abnormally now. You can see them pull away from the areas that the kids had mentioned before immediately, and they shoot out the door of one of the rooms, and then following it outside the rooms, you can see it. You can see them gathering in the lobby. Even though it's dark in the lobby, it's this darkness is darker than just normal nighttime in in normal time when you go and walk in your hallway at night. It's way darker. It's Vanta Black dark. It's the same kind of dark that the wall is. Vi, you then also notice it as Tolzimir, you don't notice too much.
Will somebody let me know?
Yeah.
Yeah, these just
Hopefully.
chasing the damn thing.
Yeah. So D is So does anyone? So Vi.
Will somebody let me know?
Yeah. We'll glue you in.
All right.
You know
Now
that
that
that's actually not too far off of what you should be imagining.
Yeah, as Ty's
Oh
gonna
god,
take
that is
her,
terrifying.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Ty's gonna take her sword and also run after where D's going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can see
Maybe
maybe
along the way.
it's the same in every shadow.
Fair, so he's just gonna go.
Yeah.
Hey, is anyone waking us up?
Yeah. You waking up the party?
Yes, Tulsimir will wake up the party.
Yeah.
Yay. All right.
And he will sort of briefly explain.
I will say
the shadows
this.
have gone outside. It looks like something's happening. We need everyone get ready.
Yeah. Lana is also following you. She throws on her clothes, she throws on her whatever adventurous gear she had when she first came to town, and her bow, which is very or her weapons, which are very worn. She follows you.
Appears to be very
Tulsimir, I believe
into his
I'm gonna look. Hold on. I have a javelin that Tulsimir. I have 4 javelins. Tulsimir is going to hand 2 of them to to the ranger and say, "This is hopefully a little bit more pointy than the weapons you have."
Lana,
correct.
Do you want to say thank you?
Thank you.
Korak's basically going to equip his gear, and before him is going to appear his shield and one of his axes.
Mm.
But no one knows how he managed to get, because it looks like Shipman's axe.
Yeah.
I just borrowed it.
Not
Borrowed
sus
it.
at all. Operating on the assumption that Tulsimir did not have 10 minutes.
If you want to have
Tulsimir would like to wait for 10 minutes.
I mean, you were having a watch, right? Would you put on your armor? Cause you
Oh
already-
yeah,
You were-
I would have my armor
Yeah,
on
you
during
were
my
on the
watch.
watch with us.
So
you're on the last watch. Yeah.
And seeing as he is wearing his armor, once he knows that the whole party is awake, he's going to pick up his weapon and go.
Yeah. I'd imagine Korak probably wouldn't have too much issue like sleeping in his armor. The worst thing would probably be the chainmail shirt or whatever, the chainmail itself.
Like a Dawn and Doff.
But
isn't there?
In this particular instance, I don't care if you have your armor on if you were sleeping.
Okay, he has it on.
Yeah, there you go.
Korak will be kind of slumped against the wall. It's almost as if he's kind of used to those conditions. Like, he was a guard person for his tribe, so, like, he'd have to know how to get up and going pretty quickly.
Okay.
So, yeah, Korak's basically on, and he's ready to go.
Okay, everyone ready then?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Yes, sorry. Go ahead, Glass. I need to... Yeah.
All right, so Lana goes on ahead. She heads out of the orphanage, and when you get outside, it's so freaking dark. Usually there's the moon, and even if there's not the moon, there's still like the constellations, or you can like tell, oh, it's a cloudy night, but
do we have a light cleric?
You do have a light cleric.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things I do immediately upon waking up is cast light.
In that case, you can see, but it's not going as far as it should. It's like most darkness, it's like just the absence of light, but there's something about this darkness that feels almost solid, or like you're standing at the bottom of the ocean floor. Not that most of your party would know what that's like. Most of your characters would know what that's like. But as you're following her along, she used to be a ranger, so she's all right at tracking, and she's gotten more used to this town than you have, having only stayed a single day. But as you do, as she's walking, she goes, "That's kind of weird." She stops because she notices footprints, like adult-sized footprints. There shouldn't be anyone out and about at night. They should be staying where I put them by the orphanage, making sure that the kids don't go out. So who was...
In what direction are the footprints heading?
There's one set going from the barrier and one set going back towards it. That looks to be generally the same pair of shoes.
Tulsimir is going to like sort of gesture and say, "I think we should investigate this."
Yes, I very much agree. She starts going there. She follows the footprints heading towards where they the area of the barrier that they would rejoin. And as you do, the Hawthorne, your light illuminates a figure. However, the shadows on this figure it's like a higher contrast than it should be, which makes them easier to harder to identify their features. However, as Lana sees them and stops, and she just like stares at them and rubs their eyes and what? Ethan?
Hi, darling. Yeah. It's been quite some time. How have you fared? To what Lana sees, to Lana's eyes, like she's panicking because this guy has not changed in 15 years. Like that's one, it makes sense that an elf wouldn't exactly change, but this guy was human, so he clearly aged a lot faster than an elf or a dwarf would, especially a half elf. So she's a little freaking out at the moment. It's like, pleasure to finally meet you all. The way he's dressed, he's wearing light armor. It's mostly leather, but it's actually really in good condition. Like the clothes he's wearing is a lot nicer and a lot cleaner. But he has he's sitting down. He found a chair and he's just kind of sitting on it. It's really weird because it's a really nice chair in the middle of like what should be of like a pathway essentially. He's just sitting down and enjoying himself and playing with a knife. He's tilting it back and forth essentially.
Who are you and what is going on?
Can D roll insight or investigation real quick?
Sure. Roll me. What are you looking for exactly?
D knows this isn't right, but if this is a entirely human, no special effects, then D doesn't want to immediately attack them. If it is not, D will immediately attack them because they've been stealing the children.
Go ahead. Roll for insight. Insight or investigation. Whatever you want.
I'm doing, I think, insight? Yeah. My insight is higher. Not by much, but higher.
Void chair. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is yes and no. The answer is going to be yes and no. Like for all intents and purposes, this isn't like. What's beeping? Is something beeping?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Ren's sus-o-meter.
Yeah. See, yeah. This thing is definitely human, or at least it appears to be. But yeah, you can't like if it's not, it's looking very, very like it's a very, very like good impression of a human because it's the way it talks, the mannerisms. It's definitely human, and the way that Lana responds to this person, Ethan. It's very interesting. Like, well, it's been a while, hasn't it, Lana? It's been what, 15 years?
What? How are you here? What happened to the others?
They're dead.
What? What?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, it's quite unfortunate. Oh well.
Unfortunate?
Indeed.
They
Quite
were
unfortunate.
your party. It's a bit more than unfortunate.
Well, unlike the rest of you, I didn't quite have the attachment. You know what I mean? I mean, you weren't there, so you don't know what we did. What we had to do. You see, I survived. I did what I could. And, well, I made an offer that I couldn't refuse. I gave them up, so that way I could still be alive. And and I'm very grateful, as you can clearly see, that I am.
Why did you come back then? Presumably, you would go run off and try and get help.
Guess again. I want you to make Arcana check. Actually.
All right. Well, he was helping. Oh my god!
Oh.
Not 20.
You nat 20. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You really are just blowing in there, huh?
Yeah.
So,
When you nat 20. Yeah. You nat 20, and then Deca is like, yeah, this. He is. He's not. He's. I can smell it on him. He's been dyed in it. He may be human, but he's very much dyed in our world. He is, by all intents and purposes, an avatar.
Okay.
So, unlike
An avatar of dread.
an avatar of dread, yeah,
Everything
Not the cartoon
changed when
one.
the Dread Nation attacked.
yeah,
Yeah.
He's not
Inferno Nation intact.
There we go. Only the avatar, master of all 4 elements, now.
Only the Avatar, master of every dread.
But yes, he's not quite like you. It's very different. Like Deca tells you straight up, this isn't like there's no voice behind him per se. There is, it's like there is power. There is power flowing through him from a dread, but it's not like what they are. It's not like
The thing I don't understand is why is he here?
Do you want to ask that to him? Because that is a very good question. That's something you can.
Like,
what are you doing here?
I think I know the answer and would not want to ask him directly, but like I'm gonna ask Deca for confirmation of what I assume I already know.
Can you ask that in your chat so I know what the question is?
Give me a second.
You can also ask in your questions chat. There you go. First check. Let me just double check. Okay, everyone's having questions. The Deca responds to your question, Tolsmir, and is like, it isn't. This isn't the price he pays. But yeah. Well, what else is happening? I just don't want to double check. Okay. Glass, do you want to answer Trisha's question?
For Trish, you have this rage about the Okay, you hear your friend sound a bit confused. They're just human children. There's billions of them on this planet. There's not that many lost.
Every life is important.
Angry D noises intensify.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, Deca's different.
I was muted. Okay. Dee's face is blank right now, and he thinks, not wanting to say anything, to just not wanting to say anything in front of this thing. And he thinks every life is precious, even the ones that I have to take. And the life of a child taken before it can know who they really are. That crime is worse than anything.
Is it worse than swatting a fly?
Yes.
What if the fly's a child?
It's like we're not having this debate.
But why? It's like, but why? But why? But why? From that little cycle.
No.
For now, help me kill this thing.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm trying not to get off track. In my mind, I'm trying to keep my brain on track.
Okay, that's fair.
Not D.
Yeah,
I'm trying to keep my brain on track.
Fair.
Yeah. Tolsmir, yeah, it responds to you. Like so Tolsmir, Deca is also talking to you at the moment because you asked it, and Deca's like, If only that were the case. If only it were that easy. No, they never needed. They don't quite need. This isn't quite the price he's paying to do such a thing. He doesn't exactly need to pay this particular price. It's just
okay. So Dekka is being needlessly cryptic, so Tulsimir is going to illuminate to the rest of the party. What Tulsimir asked was basically, is he getting this power by sacrificing the children? And Dekka said no.
Yeah. It is definitely related. Dekka is basically saying the two events are related, but it's like it isn't necessary for his power.
Okay.
He's doing it for funsies.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Trying to think of what kind of questions we want answered for them. I guess why? Hey, do you know why the dome's here?
Yes, the Lightless have chosen this particular place to devour, and they will eventually. We just will take our sweet time if we have to. But I'm on other business today. Yeah. So he's basically saying, yeah, write that down, Lightless. That might be important for her.
Hint.
Like, yeah, no. But they will in due time. However, I'm not here to answer petty questions. I actually am here to request some favor from you all, and it seems that you might actually be my solution to a current problem that I've been dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're well aware of what's out beyond the dome. Are you not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Either that weird shadow creature thing cutting up all the trees, or the infection trying to weasel its way into the dome.
that infection has been pretty persistent as of late, but yes, we have been indeed dealing with such monsters. Unfortunately, it has pulled too much of my attention away at the moment, and I would like you to go and handle it.
I mean, we were planning on doing that anyways.
Well, it'll be a little bit more tricky than you are imagining, but yes.
Yes, I've been told that by literally every person I've ever talked to.
Everything's so tricky. Oh.
More than you imagined this time, I think. But
again, I've been told that by every person I've ever talked to.
Listen, handle this, and I'll listen to one of your requests.
Set them free.
Excuse me?
Stop. Just like what? Just set everyone free. What are you doing here?
I won't deny that the threat that I currently face is more irritating than I'd like to admit. But setting them free... I suppose, depending on your actions and depending how well you do, I'll think on it. Do we have an agreement?
No.
No.
Nothing's stopping
You're
you
just
from
thinking on it.
this
Those
person's
thoughts
life.
don't matter.
Yeah.
Then what do you have to offer me in exchange?
What do you have to offer us? We want them free. You have to make the offer.
Yeah.
That's you
Tulsimir
want.
is also looking at what Anna is doing. Like, what is their reaction to this?
Lana, it's just multiple things are going through her head, but she just seems fucking pissed at this guy.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm offering. Not getting stabbed. That's what I'm offering.
Good offer.
It's like, oh please, like, as formidable as I can find you to be, you kids are still many centuries off from being a threat to me.
You aren't even centuries old!
Sorry, who said that?
Lana said that.
Okay.
He's a human.
Cora just kind of looks at her. I don't think we're dealing with an actual human here.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, I'm very much human. At least that's what.
On the outside, blah blah blah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
flesh
we've
puppet
heard it
or
all
some
before.
shit.
We have heard the villain shtick. You can drop the...
The fluffy language. Just tell us what's going on. What is? Because you thinking like you're not being very convincing here. That you want that sickness gone. That you're willing to compromise with us or something like that. I don't think the lives of these people are compromisable.
Well, one way or the other, the sickness has to be. Yes, we can take a break out of this combo because there will be combat after this, but it's not with this guy.
Spoilers!
Well, like, you can't avoid with the chair. Why would we believe you? It's like,
well, like, more specifically, you are the one person here who seems to be unaffected by it. You claim that you work with it, and therefore you work with the people, like, with whatever is trapping all these people here and abducting the children.
yes.
And therefore I cannot work with you.
Yeah.
Well, unless you agree unequivocally to let them go.
Well,
why can't you just feed off of some mindless monsters? That's fine, I think. Arguably better than this.
I mean, there are also literally bandit encampments that do nothing but pillage the innocent. I mean, most.
There's
people
also
probably
a big
wouldn't care.
infection. You could go eat that. I mean, my assumption is you can't.
Yeah, because they're like technically he's like, as far as I know, I'm not quite entirely sure how well that is. I mean, when Apex, like, you would much rather find easier prey than would a fox rather eat a rabbit, or would it rather eat something that can fight back?
The other thing I want to know is what authority do you have to make binding deals?
No. I have enough authority to open the gates, if that's what you're asking.
Well, why don't you?
No, he's saying it's like, well, after being soaked by it for so long, and I love the power. It keeps me quite alive, and I'll be honest, I don't really care for anyone else.
Yeah, we've noticed.
Yeah, you're selfish. Yeah, you're evil. Yeah, you're power hungry. Okay.
Yes, it's like, we are aware that you are a mustache-twirling villain.
Funny enough, he has no mustache.
Oh man, you can't even go.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I love the power of love. It's so bad. No, yeah, but he's like, cause like, from like, and he's like, and monsters, really, the mindless monsters that can't feel fear in the first place. Why would we even try something so stupid? Like,
Okay, so you're eating off of depression. Same with my thing.
yeah.
Not very original.
It's not depression. As if I want something so, well, depressing.
Yeah.
We feed on something much like, it's not the children that we want, it's their fears. But their bodies do also help out the monsters out there. Keeps them at bay. Yeah, so. But how about this? I will allow them to leave. However, anyone that comes into this town will remain.
I mean, we can just put up a bunch of signs that says, "Do not go into this town."
No, he doesn't know that yet.
I mean, you can certainly do that, but I'm not like these folk here. I can exit and enter whenever I please.
That's
Wait,
great.
what was his offer? Can you repeat that?
He said that he's going to let them out, but anyone else who comes into town would have to stay. So you're like, that might not be a bad idea. Now we're talking. Now this is an actual negotiation. Letting about half of 5,000 people-ish, with 200,500-ish people go?
No, it's
We have an idea.
500?
Yeah, 5,000.
5,000, so then it's... Oh wait, that's how many people are here right now?
Well, not at this particular area.
Yeah, but I mean like in the town. That's like
yes,
5,000
people. Yeah.
All right, Tulsimir wants to have a group chat.
Yep.
All right, I have an idea.
Are you guys gonna huddle?
Yes, we're gonna huddle, and Tulsimir is gonna say, "We burn this place to the ground. We get everyone out, and we burn this place to the ground. There's no more town. There's no more reason for people to come here."
Yep, sounds great. Well, I could... does anyone have a message? I have this thing where I can...
I do not know.
Telepathically.
I'm sure.
And I could
I'm
just
sure,
relay that so he doesn't hear it.
Sure, Ty's friend wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Ty's friend is very excited. Yes, like yes. I like because Ty, you want to stab him. Your Sendris, your sword, wants to stab him even more than you.
Yeah.
Set him on fire and stab him again.
Tulsimir really, really does not want to make deals with this person, but if it's 5,000 lives, he could be talked into it.
Yeah, let's go with Foster and stick.
Not by this person, but if the rest of the party thought it would be a good idea, he'd be willing to go along with it.
And then, as you guys are huddling, he says, "Oh, I do want to mention, even if you do somehow luckily manage to kill me, that won't bring this barrier down."
Yeah,
So-
that's what we're negotiating. You want the sickness gone outside. We want these people out.
Well,
On doing those things.
yeah, so yeah.
So,
Choose wisely then. It seems
You
like no
used
matter
to
what.
be part of an adventuring group. You should know exactly how this goes.
Yep. He thinks again. What you're looking at here is someone who thinks exactly like an adventurer would. So he would probably assume you're doing something shady.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Can I ask them what level they are? I'm kidding.
Higher level than you. No, I'm playing.
Okay.
Yes, I assume that.
Yeah. Everything's more powerful for this. Anyway.
It's like he asks, "What are levels? Like what do you mean?"
No, no, you're an adventurer. You understand the
How
levels.
powerful would you be to the average?
You knew that at one point you suddenly can attack twice in one turn.
Oh, because I'm 5th level.
What's a turn?
Right.
What's a turn? You
6
know that too.
seconds. That is
You
a
understand
turn.
that for some reason when combat starts, you have to wait 6 seconds before you can fire another shot. Anyway, again, getting off topic.
It's called Warrior's Honor.
Yeah, so
Okay,
Tulsimir is
yeah.
going to huddle with the group and basically say, "I really don't want to do this, but
I want to try and get whatever we can to get these people out. At least half of them. Like, down
sorry,
to-
where did this half of them come from?"
No, like, because there's no... I don't think he'll hold his word if we do it and say, "Oh yeah, we did it now," and he doesn't let them free, so try to get some people out first. And then do the thing and see if we can at least get something from it.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't trust this guy.
I want to kill him and the fucking Lightless.
Yep.
Well, right now we can't do
I mean,
that
I know.
yet.
I certainly agree with you about that. How do you plan to go about it? If you have any ideas, I'm certainly open to hear them.
The wizard saw what would happen if we tried. Right now, it would be probably better off
Well,
if we tried.
no. Okay, Tulsimir probably won't know this, but augury, one of the things about augury is it can't account for any circumstances you didn't know about when you cast it. So it would not have known that this person was here offering this.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
Horak
it's new
wouldn't know.
D doesn't.
Horak wouldn't know.
Tolsimir wouldn't know that, but Vi would.
Yeah, D doesn't say a thing, but D's face is blank, and their jaw, you can hear the metal scraping on it like they're grinding their teeth.
Yeah, so Vi, getting names all mixed up. Tolsimir turns to D and says, I can certainly understand. If I would love to cut him down. I don't know how to do that, though. I'm trying to think of something.
Because while we could kill them, we don't know if we could get these, if that would help them at all around here.
Yeah.
Oh, and just know, he doesn't hear you, but he yells again from his spot. And it's like, if you kill me, this is I'm the only chance of actually getting these people out. If I die, then these people are never getting out.
I'm not entirely sure about that.
No.
Yeah, there's just so much we don't know.
There's a lot that we don't know, but
D almost.
Greg just kind of looks at him. Yes, we're getting to that. Shush.
What was D saying?
D jerks his head to him and opens his mouth before immediately closing it and turning back to the group, knowing that their actions would probably cause more harm than anything else.
Okay.
I mean, it would definitely be good to wipe this person off the face of the planet. But I don't know how much that would help right now.
No, D
Right
almost
now,
Maybe
said
it would help a lot. Maybe he's totally bluffing us. But I don't think he would. Considering the alternative was just do nothing. Like, he wouldn't just show up here to make this false promise for no reason, because he had us anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? He
Also,
could have
right
just
now,
not
the
shown
best-
up and waited for us to die, and that would have accomplished that goal if he wanted to kill us.
But
Yeah.
right now, it seems like the greatest good would be to find a way to navigate this deal. That seems to be what will do the most amount of good.
Yeah. Like, Tolsimir is really not the kind of person who would bargain with someone like this, but the oath he swore was to get rid of the infection first and foremost, and there are 5,000 people at stake.
And yeah,
So it's like a
those
double
vengeance palace always kind of go for the greater good anyway. So
Okay. Hawthorne asked the party, are we going to go with this deal? Are we going to try and, are we going to see what it wants, try to do it, and have the town free?
And as
I don't like it, but
lost
I think
track
it's
of what the
correct.
deal was. Could we have that typed out?
Basically, my understanding, and Zone can correct me, is he will let all the people out, but anyone who comes into the town afterwards is stuck here. And that to me sounds like a good enough deal if he's willing to keep it. That I would be willing to go along with it.
It sounds like a bit of a Faustian bargain kind of deal, but it's probably one of the best ones we'll get.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tolsimir's plan to sort of circumvent this whole thing is to have the town burned and basically destroy this place so it doesn't look like an appealing place to go.
Well, it's no longer on any maps, apparently.
Yeah, and we went to it because it looked like a town, and if it looks like a burned out wasteland, that will hopefully have less people want to show up.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Alright,
Vi, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think probably just take the deal and then maybe do what you said about a sort of deposit thing. The person, whoever this is, just sends out half outside already, and then we do that thing, and then they'll send out the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tolsimir is going to talk to the person and say, "We will be back in 24 hours with our answer. Understood?"
All right. I trust you then. I'll be waiting and he vanishes. His body starts to
Wait,
evaporate.
hold on. What do you want us to do again? Specific.
He's basically like, he basically says, I want you to handle the monsters outside. He just says it generically. Cool. I want you to handle the monsters outside. From what Tolsmer assumes he means the infection, he's just saying, I want you to handle the monsters. That's all he's saying.
Although notably, that does not exclude the monsters that are leading people into this town.
Yeah. So we can
those still count. And afterwards, once he's gone, Tolsmer is going to turn to Ava and say, okay, so here's the plan. I feel like trusting this person's word is the best chance we have to get these people out of here. Do you agree?
Oh, are you talking to Eva?
Yes.
She's like, I mean...
Sorry, I'm talking to the ranger. Whose name I'm...
Lana.
Lana, okay. Sorry. Names are hard.
Okay.
I'm a bit tired. Lana, I feel like trusting this person's word is our best chance to get these people out of here. Do you agree?
I thought he was dead, and then apparently he backstabbed my party. I don't think I can trust his word at the moment, but I don't see a better option.
Yeah, it's like, I can't trust his word either. This seems incredibly suspicious, but it's it's better than the hopelessness we have now. So I think it's worth at least trying.
Yes.
And my plan to circumvent his caveat of anyone who shows up here needs to stay is we raise this town. Everybody takes anything that is important to them, and we reduce this town to a wasteland. And hopefully, because this town, from what I've heard, is not on any maps anymore. It's not a place that people would go visit. We came here because we saw a town, and my hope is that if people do not see a town, they will be less likely to show up here.
You could also tell the druid to turn people away.
Yeah, I have some sway in the surrounding forest. I could probably get them to at least help with this.
It's probably for the best. I don't think this town has been anyone's home for a long time now, despite being stuck here.
I can absolutely understand that. So, who do we have to go to make this happen?
Likely the mayor.
Okay. Why don't we do that? And out of character, why don't we have a break now? And
we'll have the break right now.
The washroom.
Yeah, I need to use the restroom. I've been holding it for a while.
I'll be back.
All right, everybody has 10 minutes. Glass. We should meet me in the DC VM2, and then. Okay. But I need to use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Quick, I have a question for people that
That who?
Words are hard.
No worries.
It's not an actual question. It's just like, why are we verbally discussing our plan when we are surrounded entirely by the enemy?
Well, that's what I was trying to say earlier with Hawthorne's telepathy. They were going to kind of relay it, even though it takes some time, but since no one has a message, they would have kind of discussed it with some people and then checked in with others about the plan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't want to keep reminding them that's what I wanted to do.
Also,
I might just ask.
Also, Silent. I really do like the idea of having the 7-foot-tall Warforged being held back by this much shorter human-looking person.
Okay. Yeah. See, what I love is that our group is full of adventurers that are done with the big bad evil guy's shit already. We've all heard the monologue before. We've all heard the bullshit before.
Yeah,
except for D.
Blah. This place is depressing. I'm depressed. All right, there's nothing else you can do for me.
Yeah, right now D's just pure full. D is a can of rage.
Oh no.
Well, That's
And-
okay.
He is a can of rage that is ready to open a can of whoop ass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hawthorne-
good. We're gonna need that energy. We're gonna need that energy.
Okay.
Good.
I am going to go get me some crepes for dinner.
Go do that. So let's all go get some food and go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Wow, everyone's muted. How you doing, Swarm? Oh, Swarm gone too. Goss, are you here?
Yes.
Or am I just okay? I just didn't. Is anybody here?
I'm here.
Oh. Hello, Beryl.
Hi. How are things?
Okay, figuring things out, just
The
chilling.
night
Like,
is drawing.
I was actually very concerned that we weren't that we were gonna hit, because like there was a cliffhanger I wanted last session, and then like but I was like, oh, maybe it's not gonna work because we're probably gonna get to it because of you know it was
Never
a
underestimate our ability to derail.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
but yeah, thanks.
I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about what happened last session.
It's
The monster things, because I had a cliffhanger for the monsters.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it wasn't gonna be a cliffhanger because I wanted to be a cliffhanger just because it was gonna be like, oh shit, next session's gonna be crazy. And I was afraid that we were gonna get to it a little too soon this session, but I was like, oh no, we're good. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. We've
So-
diverged on several tangents.
It's okay. How's it? Oh, we have Swarm again. Hello, Swarm.
Hello.
Okay.
It was actually a pretty good day for me.
So, Lana probably should have checked out Ethan's alignment before they hooked up into as a party.
Yeah, he was like the best thief that they had at the moment. He was a rogue, definitely.
Oh, of course, it's always the rogue.
Yeah,
Wizards
Surprised it wasn't the warlock.
Well, it's like, do you actually know the rest of the lines to the "Never Split the Party" song?
No.
There are other lines.
The actual song is "Don't you
There's a
know
song?
you never split the party? Clerics in the back keep the fighters strong and hardy. Wizards in the middle so he can shed some light. And you never let that darn thief out of sight."
Yeah,
That is
but-
actually what the song is.
that's
a
cool.
little
That's cool.
harder to do in magical darkness.
Exactly.
But essentially, what he's saying here is that, like, yeah, they went to go fight it and deal. Like, he originally went to go fight with them to deal with the problem, but then it got really bad really fast, and so he made an offer and offered up, his party mates. so that he would survive, and he did, and he got a lot of power for it. So which is why he's here now, making that offer.
Yeah. So, just wanted to mention something really funny happened to me today. 3 turkeys strutted up into my backyard.
No, jeez.
I've never seen a turkey in person before, and there's 3 of them sitting in my backyard, standing on the snow, and I'm like, "Why, hello there, turkeys!"
Apparently there was wild hogs where I used to live back in my hometown. Because I still visit my grandparents, my dad, right? It's really interesting because I've never actually seen a wild hog before, because they were tearing up the grass, eating a grass. Well, it wasn't just our grass; they were eating like the park's grass and like everyone's front yard.
I think I saw a fox today, but I'm not sure, and I didn't want to get closer.
Beryl, how much more time do we have left?
Sorry, say that again.
How much more time do we have left on the whatchamacallit?
I have not been keeping track. It is 10:20 in Barrowland, so I wouldn't want to be up too much longer.
Well, we're gonna have an entire combat session, so
yeah.
Although to be fair, you have everything at the moment. Most of your spells. At least you should.
I mean, Vi has a few spell slots down because of the.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they had a short rest, so they could have used Arcane Recovery.
Yeah, so they have a short rest. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would be up for just saving the combat for next time because Ren also has to leave soon.
Yeah.
Also,
it shouldn't be too bad considering how strong you guys are. So I think you should be able to handle that. If you
want to run it, I will be.
I'll run it, but if not, we'll pick it back up next week.
Like, I am fine with just cutting it here as we're making plans for the town. That might take a little while, and then next session we can start with combat. But depends on what the rest of the party wants. Yeah. I don't want to stay up that much later though, because I was awake early today.
Ooh, yeah, me too. I woke up at 4 in the morning.
Yikes!
Yeah, I was chilling. I did sleep for like an hour and a half. Glass can attest to that because Glass was like, "Hey, you want to set up the session?" I'm like, "Yeah, we can do that." And then I was like, "No, wait, I have a headache. I'm gonna go to bed."
Yeah.
And then I woke up.
I tried to sleep for an hour before the session started because I was feeling really tired. Ran a session of the game I'm running today, and that went pretty well.
Pokemon, right?
Yes.
The turkey one.
They rescued a bunch of Pokemon from a burning building. It was actually interesting. It was the first encounter I've ever run with no monsters, but it's just they all took their turns in initiative trying to get the people out while the fire spread.
Nice. It was really cool.
And they were very lucky that one of the party members is a Squirtle.
That is lucky.
Glass, you can go ahead and at them because I guess I'm basing it off of Ren's thing, so it's like 7:15. It's 7:24 now. So go ahead and at them. Okay, we are back in business. Hello, Muse.
Hello.
Was the food good?
Hello.
Zyre, yeah. I don't know if Ren is chilling. Ren.
Yeah. So, wanted to discuss with the rest of the party while you were mostly here. I think it would make sense for us to get the discussion handled with the mayor and then end the session off because we're about to go into a combat that might take a while, and Ren has to leave in an hour, and I would not like to be up that much later.
I have confidence that you guys will handle it within the hour.
All right, well, if you're up with that, we can just say, do we want to just speed through the mayor discussion and just say they agree?
Yeah, we can pretty much say, yeah, because they want out. They've been wanting out. Technically, the guy that you're meeting is not quite the mayor. He's the mayor's son, but the mayor passed away because, he was the mayor 50 years ago.
I think that makes him the mayor.
Yeah, I guess
that makes him the mayor.
Yeah, I guess that makes
That is how mayorship works.
I don't know if mayor is a hereditary position, but...
It's not, but right now, I don't think the townspeople really give a fuck.
They definitely agree.
So basically, I'm going to say,
It's just get us
You know,
out of
these
here.
are the terms of the deal.
We
I
have a
really don't
plan.
like it, but this is a better chance than anything else I can think of. And
So, like-
in order to make this place not appealing for more people to show up, we need to raise it to the ground.
They
Pretty
agree.
sure
Like,
everyone would be down for that.
yeah, they're because they've been in here for quite a long time, and the kids like are really want to leave. They want to leave more than the adults do, even though they haven't lived here that long. Because they're like what 8.
Yeah.
But having nightmares is not exactly a great thing to have constantly.
Exactly. So
So they're very eager. Yeah, Lana is getting together all the sick, the old, and the children first. That's probably what they're pulling for, and then some adults, some more adults who can handle it, to get the kids out.
Okay.
So
and
that's what they are saying. But this is so
I
long.
think Ty should organize the burning because that seems to be something they are fairly familiar with.
Yes.
Organize the burning.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
It's
she
like-
is absolutely that Elmo on fire gif.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, I thought you said she's absolutely. I thought you were gonna say she's absolutely Elmo. I'm like, I don't know what that means, but
Korak, when Ty gets assigned to the burning, Korak just kind of gives her a pat on the head. Now's the time.
So.
And she's like, yes.
Yeah. So, as everyone is but again, you did say, hey, we need some time to discuss. So, basically, but he gave you up to 24 hours, but that does you can go back and like talk to him.
Okay.
You just
I
need
don't really want to though.
Well,
Yeah, Korak's got nothing he wants to say to that guy.
Well, but again, he still needs to know what you want to do for your because he's not going
like
to just
Tolstomir is going to come back in 24 hours and say yes, the deal is on, but he doesn't want to have any discussion beyond that.
Well, he doesn't know because remember, you guys were huddled together when you made that deal, so he doesn't know what you guys want to do. So
he's like Tolstomir said, I will be back in 24 hours with my answer. In 24 hours, he's going to come back and say yes, the deal is on.
Right? No. Okay. He said yes.
I think what he wants is like we need to tell him that we want, because we don't trust his word. We want him to let half the people go first. We do
There
that.
Because he said, okay, I'll be interested. I just want to know your plan. Let me know within 24 hours, and then he was like, so. But yeah, if you want to wait 24 hours, then you do that. Everyone is prepared and they're ready to leave. Lana asked him to stay back to be away first. So that way, if anything bad happens, like with the talking with Ethan, then you can deal with that. Then you guys can deal with that without having the civilians get caught. So who wants to go and talk to Mr. Ethan?
I'm not very charismatic, but I'll go for moral.
Tolstomir will do it if nobody else wants to.
I guess.
Not it.
Korak is also not very charismatic and is more likely to bite his head off.
Tolstomir is charismatic, but he's not happy about it. But you got to do what you got to do. So he's going to walk up, 24 hours later when everything is ready, and wait for a figure to emerge from the shadows.
Yes. As Tolstomir gets closer, the shadows from the wall start to coalesce into like a humanoid shape, and again he pulls out from the darkness like, so what is your plan then? Tell me.
The deal is on. The terms are the same.
The terms are the same. I see. So then, once you deal with the monsters, I will let them go. I promise. You have my word.
Your word.
No, you will let half of them out first, and then we will go. We will deal with them, and then we will come back. You have my word.
Oh no, reverse card.
Well, all right, fair enough. He snaps his fingers, and for the first time in a really long time, like Lana sees the outside. She can see the infection. She can now also see the infection. Like, oh shit! Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah,
She's just stick to the path.
Yeah, Tolstomir is going to go to her and say, Yeah, this is why we came, because there's another horrible evil right next to your town. In my humble opinion, you should leave and find another town.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Thank God. Thank the gods.
So, unfortunately, the deal was we get half of the moat, then deal with the monsters, then the other half.
I would imagine that you told Lana this already, so she already knew. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. And then so half the people leave, and then I'm gonna regroup up with the rest of the party and say, "It's showtime."
Yeah, Lana stays with that group because she wants to stay with the kids. You know, making it all good.
Yeah.
Korak's maul is just gonna appear in his hands and like, all right, let's go.
He's like, okay. He's like, okay, I kept my promise. To set like, another person tries to run through, with it, but is blocked off by because like the second exactly half leaves, he closes it off, and the person hits the wall and falls back.
Yeah.
He's like, all right then, all right then, my young group of adventurers, have fun. And he enters back into the wall.
Yeah. And Tilsbury is going to say to the rest of the group, "We'll be back soon." And he's going to turn to D and say in a quiet voice, "I am so sorry." And then he's going to pull out his sword and head out into the darkness.
Darkness, yes. Everybody, you can now swap over to roll 20.
I think we're already there.
Okay. Can everyone see? I just want to make sure everything's good. Maniacal laughter. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what you should be imagining with this guy. No. Can everyone see their
you haven't swapped maps yet.
Oh, I
haven't swapped maps, but I can see it.
How do I swap maps?
We are still on the Grick map.
It's Pickle Grick.
Can someone show me
my
what they
gosh.
see? I don't know if it...
No, we cannot see it. So go to the list of maps, find the banner that says players, and move that to the map you want us to be on.
Oh. Okay, I see the thing that says players, and I see a different thing.
So you see the thing that says players?
Oh,
click that
there we
and drag
go.
it somewhere else.
There we go.
Can you guys see it now?
Oh, hey, here's the lightless.
Yeah, we're in the top left, everyone.
Yes, very good.
Yay.
So welcome to the dark. On your left, you'll see dark.
On the right,
Yeah.
you'll see
On your
more
right, more dark.
And if you look forward, you'll actually see something really, really unique. It's more dark. So you know.
Yeah, and if you look up, surprise, it's more dark.
I cast light.
Magical darkness.
I have not stopped casting light on my shield.
Yeah, what's that? What's the range usually?
It's 20 feet of bright light and another 20 feet of dim light.
Unfortunately, there is no dim light in this particular case, but I will let you have bright light. So it's only 20 feet around Hawthorne.
Magical darkness.
It is magical darkness.
Okay, never mind. I'll wait.
Do you want to it'll allow you to have it's letting you, so your light spell will let you have 20 feet around you.
Oh right. Only. Let me change that.
Out of curiosity, do you have the spell daylight? Because that might actually be a lot better.
Oh, do you want to use daylight?
I have daylight.
Yeah, I think you get it as a domain spell.
Yes, I do. I do have daylight. That's what I was thinking about doing before we figure out, hey, we can get these people out. I was going to cast daylight over their crops so that they can grow better.
First, though, I want everyone to roll me initiative, just to have that.
Thing is, though, daylight is a 3rd level spell. Do you want me? I could use that. I don't know if we'll be able to.
11 for Tulsamir.
Yeah. If you have the tracker up, we can't see it.
I'm not doing the rolls based on
tracker. He's gonna do it manually on.
Yeah.
The...
Okay.
So I can get that going.
Hey, not bad.
It's actually pretty good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! What was that?
Was that a cat?
It's the darkness.
Darkness. Yeah. I say with all my lights on. 16. That's pretty good.
Or it was 15.
Mine are off. I am the darkness.
D, did you roll yet?
The light hurts. Oh, okay.
Trish? Hello? Can you hear me, Trish? Oh, Trish is muted.
Okay, I'm back.
Trish!
Mute. Unmute.
I am back. Blah, blah, blah.
And Glass, think if you got that.
Did Tulsa? Oh wait, did you roll in the
Tulsamere rolled the 11 on the
Okay.
roll 20. We still need
Because the dice luck for him there is great.
right. Cloaker, hold on, Cloaker by. We also need D. D, we need you to roll, please. Is she here? What's happening?
Where is 1, 2, 3, 4?
I'm just gonna mute that chat real quick.
Are we missing Ty?
No, we're missing
Ty's not on the initiative.
D.
Oh wait, did Ty roll?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did.
I
I got a
rolled.
7.
Okay, I missed that.
Trisha, are you here? Hello. Where did Trish go? All right. Well, we'll continue on the session without them. We'll just deal with that later.
Give them
Trick
a
you.
roll around if they.
Whatever. Okay. We'll go in initiative. Let's see. Something rolled a natural 20, so they get to go first. Well, hold on. Let me go ahead and name them so Glass can see. Nope, that's. Two settings. Glass, can you see the creatures? Nope. Oh, okay. You'll see them eventually, I guess.
All right then. Shall I just proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think Korak, something drops on top of you.
Sure. Korok is the first thing.
He's like, yeah, you're in the front, which is a fatal mistake.
Oh, did we rearrange our characters or what?
Wait.
Do you want to keep that in that position, or do you want to rearrange your
Get
character?
to make like any kind of perception to.
Actually.
Are you doing it against his passive perception? Or are you?
Yeah. Roll perception.
Okay.
Or actually, yeah. You know what? If actually, how close, Ren? How close are you to leaving?
Probably 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we might actually just leave it here for now, just because we're not getting anything from Trish. But we'll have it all set up. We'll leave it like this for now, and we'll wait for next time.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Thanks for the session. Had a lot of fun.
Interesting.
Thank you.
And I'll see y'all next week.
All right.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later. Night.
Intriguing.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It was just like, it's like, cause like I knew that Ren had to leave early, and it was like I know it was against my better judgment, but
No, it's okay. Now we know exactly where we're picking up next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least we know we have a
It's all
thing.
good.
Yeah, I get because it didn't quite drop. Because like the way I positioned the monster, I'm like, yeah, it could do that. Glass, I'll show you what it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
So that you know later.
I'm gonna
More
go
time.
ahead and hop off then.
Yeah, same here. Thanks for the session.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night.
No problem. Hey.
Hey.
Okay. Oh, who's still here? Oh, is that you're still here? How you doing?
Us and the ghost of device.
And the ghost of device, which I don't know what happened to them, but yeah, they're there.
Could have gotten caught up with something during the break.
Yeah, I think so. That's
Entirely
fine.
possible.
But yeah, I think that went better than last session.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Interesting.
It's just interesting. Okay.
Well, I have my opinions, and I know that you're still learning how to DM, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just. Yeah.
What, do you want feedback, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you. I was like, yeah. You're like, so I'm like, I want to know what that's about. What's up?
Okay. Did you read what happened in spam, or like, I don't know, did you just come into
The spam. Oh, I usually mute that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just
Okay.
say, well, I said before that the numerous NPCs can be a bit crowding, right?
Hmm.
Did I say that? I don't know if I said that actually, but that's one of the things. But like, I think the session before last was pretty good. I felt like that one was we did more things, got things done. Trying to think of how to word this stuff. Do you mind if I be frank?
Sure.
Okay. It felt for a lot of that in the town we were kind of meandering and not like you were giving us details that we didn't really need, or like when we ask about something, you go into detail about something about it, but none of that really matters with what decision we were trying to make. Maybe like ask if we were saying like, hey, can we investigate this, talk to someone, or look at something, ask what we're trying to find out, or
We were being too cryptic.
just keep in mind like what kind of information would actually be helpful to making the story move forward. Because while it is nice to have an atmosphere, too much atmosphere makes it so it's difficult to figure out what we have to do next. So like that was part of my problem there. I kept trying to summarize what they've been saying. So like in moderation, like set the scene, but also get to the stuff that actually has something to do with the story. Because it took us a while to get over to the orphanage and even figure out like, oh, maybe we need to wait, or I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It also probably helps with them getting to the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've had some problems with trying to figure out managing, and it's only 2 people, so it's kind of, I know it's not very comparable, but
Yeah, it's a little different when you're trying to make a dating sim compared to an actual, world of people that you have.
I did make a world of people, but then they wanted to do something else. I'm like, okay, this is what's going on. It was low-key a dating, but it still had some elements of D&D, but they wanted to do character things, and that's what I leaned toward. So I just tailored it to how my players wanted it. I saw they were getting kind of bored with some of the other things, and so I had to try and figure out how to spice it up. And it's just sometimes there's a game I want to try running, but then there's also the game that they enjoy playing. So but anyway, the combat thing, that's rough. I don't know how to help with that. It's oh gosh. I don't know how to do combat. But I think like your ideas for it are pretty nice, like with the swarms and some of the abilities.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, that's basically all I kind of thought for this session, because the confusion of what we were doing and what we needed to look at.
Yeah, because the way I'm trying to describe it, what essentially was happening is that nothing was wrong with the town. Everything about the town, from the people to the place itself, there really wasn't much you could like find. It was literally the wall itself.
Okay.
Everything about like that's why I was like saying nope, nothing happened, nothing's there, nothing's happening, you know, because exactly like no one in the town knew what was going on. It's exactly that. Like they were all as clueless as you were, and you were asking people that had no clue what was going on. Even the adventurers like didn't really know. You like your best bet would have been like probably just like the wall essentially. But yeah. Like it would have been a viable option to keep attacking it, but also you would have probably died.
Yeah, that's what the thing is. Like we didn't see any options, like hints of what was going on, other than like, okay, they're getting kidnapped. Oh, geez, here.
Oh, we'll have that for next session. It's okay. We'll have that for next session, D. It's okay.
Oh wow,
It's okay.
Okay. Another session. So yeah. We'll take it into consideration. Yeah. Have a good night.
Good night.
Night.
Glass, do you want to hop over?
Sure. 1 sec.
How you doing, Trish? No worries. Oh no, it was nothing with that is like it was getting late for Barrel, and also Ren had to go in 30 minutes, so the combat takes a while, so we were just gonna take it up next time. Yeah, so that's not too bad. If you can, try to send a message. Okay, no worries. All right, see you next time. What's up? Sure. Oh, I better. No worries. Yes. So like, yeah. We were kind of trying to figure out that conversation, but like with the bad guy. But Hawthorne, when they were holding D back, would have kind of reasoned through it that like, hey, I know this guy's an asshole, but we kind of have to. He's an asshole with a door to the dome, and we want to get these people out first. Like kind of just talking through it in mind. I mean, just go ahead and say whatever words work. Or we can try typing it, or I don't know. Yes. Maybe like drumming at 30. Yeah, how about like the thrumming of energy under their arm? Yeah. Cool. What's up? Yes. Yeah, I don't mind. If there's chemistry, I'm all for it. That's why all my characters are bi until we see how they are into the world. What's their relationship like? What's their outlook? And then you just kind of see it naturally. Oh yeah. Ah yes, fun fact. I don't know if it was like kind of buried through it, but in the art channel, when I drew Hawthorne sleepwear, kinda, they're wearing a binder. Yes. Just just slide that in there. No, don't call attention to it. But yeah, Hawthorne, yeah, just there. Yep, just like I'm a dude, I'm a they, or whatever. I could do this. Those lights. I have to submit that RP thing. I feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like I might have offended them, the DMs. Um, so they were saying like afterwards, they're like, "Oh, I think that session went all right," and I kind of went like, "Yeah, okay." I was like, "Oh, it was interesting." They're like, "Why? Why is it just interesting?" I kind of just, in my personal opinion, uh, it was just okay, because we didn't get much done. We kind of just had things happen around us, and like the things that we're investigating, or like if there's nothing to be found, I feel like you should just say there's nothing to be found, nothing interesting there, instead of going into long details about, uh, like, like, oh, this guy's telling us about what happened that day of, instead of just saying like, there's nothing out of the ordinary. That's it. I've because he went into detail when he didn't need to, and I feel like that needs to be done, uh, on the important parts where we actually have to pay attention, because otherwise things blend together, and I don't know if this is my attention span, but yeah, parts of it. I think it was Lana. Yeah, 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 because like we have a certain amount of time to play D&D. I think, and highlighting the details that we actually need to know, or something that actually contributes to the story, instead of being like, oh yeah, you see this town being like this and that. Like actually describing the woodwork. I don't think we don't need that. We just need to know it's wood. Hmm. Yeah. I know that's like a line to kind of figure. I hope I just said it in a way that kind of helps. Because we can't. This is the second session we went without having something happen. Actually, uh, get progress on. Like 2 sessions ago, we had some good progress on learning some things about the story and fighting something and getting some loot. In this one, we just kind of went to a town and wasted a day or two not finding anything. I didn't say wasted to them. I just said that like it needs to be the descriptions need to be set in moderation. So I'll know. Whew. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. It was unexpected. We weren't kind of thinking that we'd have a problem with things, but now we know. Did you set? Well, actually, no, that's probably a bit personal. I was gonna ask, you don't have to answer, if you like let them know what your yeah, like what you don't want to happen in a session. Okay, that's good. Okay. Did- Yeah. Oh yeah, I do that all the time. It's your brain is working into things. You're reading something, you're saying something, you'll say what you read. Hmm. Association. Yeah. I think Beryl was kind of just surprised by it, and also maybe tired from that day because he had done another session as well. Finished it. Hmm. I hope. Hmm? Hmm. Because. Ah, I guess I don't think maybe just have a different tolerance to it. I don't know, but that's still kind of unfortunate. Oh, oh,
I'm back.
oh, hi.
How you doing?
We were just talking about.
Ah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So go on about what you're saying. Uh, yeah. Okay. Like the missile reaction. Yeah. Like sometimes that's a reaction to kind of shield yourself. I know I'm
Did,
kind of
did I do
curious
something excruciating this session? Because
huh? Oh no. We're talking about like topics like triggers and stuff.
yeah, I was like, did I do something this session? Like I had a little bit. We were like I like the discussion that like the thing that I did with Vi's time spell. I didn't really go into detail. I just had
Oh no. Yeah.
okay. Okay, all right. I thought I did something this session to activate someone else's trigger. I'm like, oh fuck. Because honestly, if I did again, like right after the first one, I don't think I'd be DMing anymore. I don't even think it'd be tough. I would just give up dead ass. I don't like. I'll be honest. I will dead ass give up if that happened consecutively. I would never DM again.
Oh no! Don't.
No, because if that shit's gonna happen more than once, obviously I'm fucking up somewhere. So I'm just like, I'm not
You need
even.
to go into a growth mindset instead of like this is because we understand that you are like this is your first time being a DM and like you're the thing with like the rules and running a game. We get that. This was just just talking about it in general because I was just making sure that or that her triggers were known. So and like also in case I needed to flag it if like someone forgot like the gore thing, I just wanted to check in and other things like that. I just wanted to make could do my part too.
Right.
Yeah. But to the okay. Okay.
Oh, thanks. That makes me feel great.
I mean mood.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay.
Just wanted to check in on that part.
Yeah, because because for me, that's not being gory at all. That's just like, for me, that's not gore, not even a little bit.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, because I don't know where people's thresholds are. That's why I was just checking in. Oh no, I mean, I was just, well, never mind. Go ahead. Tell me, the distinction so I would know. Like if they're still alive, or okay with it?
Man, you would not like some of the RPs Glass and I had.
If they're dead.
Yeah, the RPs that Glass and I had personally, which this is based off of, is far more darker than what that we have here.
So is the show that those RPs were based off of.
Even the show was messed up. It was like
Yeah.
the show we based the podcast that we based it off of was extremely more dark than what you're getting now. Like hats off to the original writer to that one, because like I was there was a lot of feelings that I do not like from that, but I'm like, oh, good, it's good.
Cool.
Like I would never recommend something like Sweet Home to Trish or to Beryl, because they're dealing with there's a lot of concepts there that'll probably
That's the story that you're talking about?
The Sweet Home.
Yeah, the webcomic.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's not based off of Sweet Home. It's something else.
I know. I mean, just
like, yeah, because that one deals with like a lot of like dark topics, but it's also very gory, like really gory.
Watch the Netflix series yet? I don't know if it's.
I didn't really want. I originally was interested. I was somewhat interested in the Netflix series, but I actually learned that it was a webcomic first. So I was like, oh, because like apparently they adapted it and they changed a couple things.
What do you think they should do? I think they should do that. But anyway, Chris, could you finish your thing about the dead? The details for you don't mind if they're dead? Okay, yeah. So dead body is fine because they're already dead. They're not suffering. Okay.
Would if can I ask you if like, hey, I really want to describe like there's really like I really would like to describe the scene, but I know this affects you. Do you mind just pulling out your earphone for a little bit, and would that be all right with you, or would you rather not have me do it at all? Okay.
I shall keep this in mind.
Cool.
Because I honestly I do really like the idea of like it getting graphic, but again I don't want to like
Agree.
You know, Glass, when you so then what we'll do is that if I'm describing something really really gory, or if Glass is about to do that, the other DM will send a warning, and then when it's over, the other DM will like say, hey, it's over, now. It's gone. I just need to know your. Yeah, because I did describe a scene earlier. I don't like you said you zoned out, but I don't know if it's your threshold or not. Because what I said, one of the vision, like in the vision, was that no. I said there was a little bit more than that though. I don't think
people were alive.
Well, let me get to it first. But I said more than that. I said
Hawthorne's legs were in 2 different places.
No, Hawthorne's leg was in one place, and Hawthorne's torso was in another place.
Also,
oh.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, that's really okay. Low. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's a low threshold. Okay, I get it. Yeah, because like that was the most I described it as, and I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know, so I just want to see what was permitted and what's not permitted.
As long as it doesn't describe current suffering or potential suffering, because in this one I can kind of see because Hawthorne has the potential to end up that way. Okay, so you want
so not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't call attention to it for you.
Right.
Or
and just give a heads up.
Okay. Okay.
Fair.
It's actually okay. I mean, low threshold, but yeah.
For different people. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I feel this feels weird, but I'm glad I picked it out. Like this might be graphic.
Yeah, I would never recommend Sweet Home to you, Trisha, because you would actually drop it after the first chapter, like the first 2 pages.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's why I said I wouldn't recommend it to you.
Anyway, I now have interesting ideas. Anyway, the thing I was going to get to though, during this discussion, was I was wondering if you wanted to still go into detail with the maybe the previous the interactions Dee and Hawthorne may have had, because now I have a better idea of what your character is kind of like ish, or like what they're doing, what their priorities ish are, or like how they react. I feel like I have a better idea. What you have a
Mouthful of food.
Cool.
Well,
Anyway, I'd be
but also in regards to your problem, like Zai, with the town and not being like meandering, again, like in our minds, like, well, we can't like no one in the town exactly knows what's going on. Like we also, in our defense, we came up with the concepts yesterday, and we were supposed to practice, and we were supposed to like go into more detail today, but I got a headache and had to sleep for a little bit, and then when I woke up, it was
headache. I was getting one too when I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope I wasn't like, I don't mean this in a negative way. I just I tried to make it more constructive, but just like if there's nothing to be found with our investigations, say it in short instead of in detail, because when you say it in detail, we're like trying to piece out like, oh, is there some kind of information here that we had to figure out? And if there's nothing, it could just
I think, yeah, well, because I think
make a investigation check for the town, like to see if there's anything odd or if people know anything.
That's why I didn't give you guys the option to make the roll, because I'm like, yeah, it just looks normal. Because I was like, yeah, you're not gonna find anything, so I'm not gonna have you roll at all.
But then, like, if we're RPing to try and find something and we're not gonna find anything,
yeah,
because like we did have some interesting ideas about so like the details I would have highlighted would be Anna, the ranger. Like she had some connection to the person who's being, I think, possessed, or the avatar of darkness right now.
Yeah.
Right.
So like her story details. The older man, not as many. Just like say it was a normal time. There was like absolutely nothing, or like, because he started going into the day about what was going on.
Well, because that's what someone asked. Like, hey, so what happened that day? I'm like, yeah, it's just a normal day, and everything happened. Because he like, I guess it was a little too much atmosphere. I was like, yeah, this has been really bad for a really long time, and like kids have just he felt like he was like trying to go into like, yeah, he witnessed some kids running in there because they were so terrified, and they were never to be seen again, type deal. Because like obviously we cut back, like you don't really see that much of Shipman or Dekka anymore. I mean, Tolsimir, oddly enough, is talking to Dekka, which I didn't expect, which was nice. But I'm trying to keep them off the rails a lot. Only respond when they're asked, type deal. Which
yeah, that's good. I think that's good, because then we suddenly have 12, 13, 14 people. We all talk to people in our head.
Plus Eva, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a horse, and that's another one. I don't know if Barkolomue talks.
Barkolomue does not talk.
It's just he goes bork.
He goes bark, bork, and boof.
Oof.
Oof.
Woof woof, hello, my
00101. Speak Spanish.
I mean, yeah, but like to answer your questions, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it does feel bad. I'm like,
sorry.
No, but I'm not like mad at all, and I'm definitely grateful for it. Because this is one of the things I wish I could do with Beryl. What I did in Beryl's game, where like I wanted to put some input about how I felt. But I also, I knew it was like this is more, his game than it is mine, and felt. But like but I knew that like if I ever ran the game, I want what I didn't get a chance. I want for you what I didn't get a chance what we didn't get a chance to do for last game. So because I want that's why I'm like very like because we totally erased the original plot we had for the village originally.
Yeah.
To work with, because like that's why you weren't in town anymore. You were just getting to town.
Yeah. So now we have to go find another town to buy magic items.
Yeah. So because they originally were going to have magic items for you to buy, but now they don't.
It's an interesting plotline to come up with on the fly.
It was actually a lot of Glass's idea, and like we built off of it. It was Glass, so definitely props to Glass. Thank you for that.
Ethan was Zone's addition, but the adventuring party and Lana was me. So
because I still wanted some semblance of some force they can direct their attention to, and something they can talk to that's more related. Yeah. But I also wanted to somehow make it relevant to the other NPC that you were going to be introduced, which was Lana. We have stat blocks for them, at least, but she's on the other side of the barrier now with like a bunch of terrified children and...
Oh, yeah. I wanted to clarify that because I came in kind of late, or like I also went to check on the cats because I heard them knock something over. Glad they didn't get hit. But, so he let the infection inside?
No, he let
the villagers, half of the villagers out, and
townsmen, not villagers.
Townsmen, and once the infection is dealt with, he'll let the other half out.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he accepted your deal.
Area, right? We're in the
because remember the path was could not be infected. Okay. So he opened that particular area and let them go through.
Okay.
So whatever they did beyond that, that's up to them, right? Because the path led directly past the infection, which they were able to safely go through. But again, someone tried to run through to get through. He closed it immediately, exactly at the halfway point of people. But so. Like he didn't eat the guy. He didn't have the shadows.
Yeah. I remember him getting kind of knocked back, like he ran into a wall.
Yeah. So he did. The infection is still there, but the people like Lana is freaking out because she's like, "Holy shit!" Because she didn't see it.
I went from one horrible apocalypse to another.
You can see the sunshine. Get some vitamin D.
Yeah.
He still has about 30. She still has about 2.5 hours that way.
What did you say, Trish?
Hopefully,
No, Lana gathered all the children, the sick, and the old first.
Prioritize getting the weakest out and most vulnerable.
I don't know about getting the old out, bro. Sorry, man. I'm like, kids, yes. Elderly, I'm in that type of
Eva looks at you with like a grin. Not a grin. She looks at you with like what the hell, Hawthorne?
Sorry, man.
Speaking of, sorry, D, you ended up with the most nihilistic friend.
Well, yeah.
It's basically what Sans was.
Pointless. Everything is pointless.
Sans, essentially.
The universe is vast and incomprehensive and uncaring. That.
Kind of like resigned to their fate kind of thing, which is,
the universe is vast and we are but tiny ants, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. That would have been great for Hawthorne.
What was
it?
Dee's friend would have been great for Hawthorne.
Quick, switch friends.
Sure, what's high five? All right,
Yeah.
what's up? There's a little girl here. You don't have moralities. That's kind of bothersome. Where's your parents?
Oh wait,
Don't got any? Me neither.
sounds. Since Vi saw the friend, can I post I am and Dee's friend? Or is
I
that
am
still a
yes,
no?
not D, because I haven't. I still don't know how I feel. I like the I like the idea of thing, but I'm not so certain about certain aspects of the way you drew them. But you can't say what it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
Just be general, not like the.
So I was thinking about, you know how comets are and how they they're
Go
kind of.
ahead. Yeah, post the. Yeah,
They're kind of icy. And wait, who's RPing? Oh, okay. You know how
everyone's
yeah.
RPing.
I'm just gonna post I am.
You just post an image of I am.
Mm-hmm.
What advice? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
This is too small a concern for Dee's friend.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of Tiny's friend.
Tiny's friend.
This is notably not the sword.
Yeah, it's the other one.
It's the other one.
Should I delete? Okay. Thank you. It's the uncanny valley.
Well, technically it's not, but concept is.
Yes, that
That's
one.
what we're going with, yeah. Because there actually is a character that we have known as the Uncanny Valley.
It's also Jevil or Jeevil.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Jevil and
yeah. Chaos. Yeah, true.
I just say Jeevil.
I always just said Jevil, but everyone else says Jeevil, so.
Jevil, I feel.
Jevil. It's Jester.
Like devil, but like Jester. But I say Jeevil just because I don't know. I like it's J
Jester?
Evil.
Evil Jester?
Evil Jest, yeah. It's your boy J Evil here.
That would more be Marks or Dementio, I think.
Dementio. Oh yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for because that Super Paper Mario villain. I'm like, what is his name?
Dementio. Yes, I found a song that was very this friend's domain, and I was like, oh, these three jesters are singing it. Oh, I gotta draw it like them now.
Yeah. I am is sorry, not I am. I am's a rival currently. Is the other one the other one that Ty has. Notably, I don't think you need to imagine what the design is because it's a sword. More specifically, it is a needle, which is mixed between a long sword and a rapier. So
it's a long rapier.
It's a long rapier, which is essentially what it is.
Would either of you like the I Am song?
Sure, just put it in music. Just put it in spam.
Okay.
Oh, I don't like that.
Good.
Avil? Avi. What about the L? Oh, interesting.
I still don't like that. Oh yeah, the Kirby monster guy.
The one that you said was too chaotic for you.
Yeah.
A Marks. There you go.
Yes.
I remember him. He's cool. Kind of.
Now the Chaos Heart is mine. Chaos, chaos. So shall we get started?
Very interesting.
Now we have all we need to bring chaos unto your worlds. I can do anything.
Oh yeah, I'm curious. Chris, what does Dee currently think of this?
Now unite and strike back at the...
Sorry. I'm curious, what does Dee think of their friend at the moment with what the information they just had, that small conversation they had with their friend on the inside? Because that was actually really, like, I didn't know Glass was going there, but I'm glad they did. I'm like, oh shit!
Hey, Trish, want to hear a secret?
Oh no! Don't say secrets. It's the. This is a fun storytelling.
Dee's friend is older than Dee.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
But but it's also unsecret because technically it's also younger than Dee.
Mental age?
No, I mean literally. Like it's both older and like age and time wise, it is both older than Dee and younger than Dee.
Interesting.
The friends are confusing in chronology wise.
Yeah. It may have something. No, not quite. Yeah, but not quite. Yeah. Some. Yeah. From when Stewie and Brian explode out of time space. Yeah.
We'll get to it eventually.
Yep. But yeah, that's essentially yeah. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. It's both older and younger than Dee.
Depending on which timeline you go by.
Well, it's still technically the same timeline, right?
I mean, it's like in Doctor Who. Like, if you go back in time, technically you're not born yet, but you're still the age that you are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The physical age? The age of your experiences?
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
Eventually. Sure.
Probably.
Abby would.
Oh,
Your personal friend, Abby, would. Yep. To be more specific, she's a pixie.
Oh.
Imagine a little comet pixie. I don't think that that's what pixies usually act like. So,
She is a pixie, but no, no, Dee has not physically seen them yet. Funny enough, Ren has.
Vi?
Sorry, yeah. Vi saw it when they went into thing. They saw a glimpse of it, but yeah, it was very clearly small and flying. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Which anime?
Describe it.
Except from At the World's End? Sephiroth at the World's End. Okay, I'll double check that one. Ooh, is it in spam?
Spam.
Spam.
Hmm.
I don't know.
I've never seen this anime, so I don't know.
Hold on.
Reverse image.
World End. Oh yeah. Short for what do you do at the end of the world? Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't think I've watched this one, but yeah.
Right.
Well, Madoka Magica is amazing. I've actually never watched Madoka Magica, but I have seen the gunfight from like the movie. And I was like, wow, that's amazing.
It's good to know.
I'm an emotionless bastard. The only time I ever cry in an anime is like I cried when Whitebeard was like, "You think you can beat me? I am Whitebeard. You fear my name." And I was like, "Yeah, go Whitebeard. Don't die, please."
Oh. Well, that's not spoilers.
That was like 500 episodes ago, and I'm like on episode 3. Actually, what episode am I on? Because I just started One Piece. I'm on episode 10.
Oh, cool. I stopped.
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
My bad. I originally planned to have music started playing